Good morning, members of the committee. Before we start the hearings for the day, just a couple of, well, more than a couple of remarks from my end of the room. I think we did well our first year. Assignment to this committee has often been requested by people who have had bad experiences with the court and have come to Concord loaded for bear. That usually doesn't work. It's not worked well in the past because others are out in the field with their guns and sometimes they shoot back at you. And not only that, some of the bears you're loaded for also are armed. I could make a pun about bearing arms and arming bears, but I won't. So my goal was to get us to work together wherever possible by ganging up against problems and not ganging up against others. And sometimes circles got squared, and when not, we still disagreed without being disagreeable most of the time. Some of you first-termers have probably started a file now entitled Great Speeches I Never Had to Give, because you were ready for things that didn't get pulled off consent, and it was voted in with a lot of other things, and you had a great speech ready. Some of us have a thick file of those, don't we?
Yes.
Yes. This year we're going to have to work quickly because we have a lot of bills, including some that will likely have hearings that will go from 1 in the afternoon until who knows when. So if you've got a real question that no one else has raised, raise it, but give it briefly. And if the subject has been covered, it does not need to be covered again. It's not encouraged for you or I to repeat what somebody else has said. And it's generally the policy for us not to give speeches during hearings, but instead ask brief questions. They need to be questions, not speeches disguised as questions. Now, I tend to be broader in my interpretation of that rule because I'm probably one of the flagrant disobeyers of it, but there's a point. So we all have to watch ourselves on making sure a question of somebody testifying is really a question. We will start at 9:30, except for those Tuesdays where there is a Tuesday morning meeting for chairs and vice chairs, at which point we will start at 9:45 or 10. Plan on possibly going until 4. Now, there may be a few hearings that may go on beyond that, and you will discover, if you haven't already, that a lot of what people sign up to say has been said many times. They have a right to say it. We have a right to think, I've heard this a lot. I've already pretty well figured out what I'm going to do. I will schedule things more tightly because we got to get things done. And I don't want to have to meet a second day each week. When I first came into the House, the committee I was part of had about as many bills as we did last year, and we met twice a week. It was a very, very loose schedule. I would prefer to do what we did last year and move as quickly as we can without rushing, I mean, we can be on target. At the end of a hearing, unless it's already obvious, I will take a straw poll of the committee. That's a pseudo vote that doesn't count. And it will give us a sense of what we could do next. If it looks like we are in total agreement or almost like 15-1, we'll exec the bill right then and there and vote accordingly. Ought to pass, inexpedient to legislate, and send it off to the consent calendar. The Speaker wants stuff sent out quickly. Or secondly, if it looks like we're not in agreement, and nobody thinks we can really fix the bill by working and working and working on it, we will hold the bill until an executive session. I'm planning one for the morning of January 30th, and there'll be more of these. Or thirdly, if it looks like we're not in agreement, but we think we could come to agreement, we could get that circle squared if the bill got worked on, I'll hold the bill and ask 3 or 4 people to go craft an amendment we can all live with and bring it back to the exec session. The 3 or 4 of you could either be a formal work session, and that will have to be noted in the calendar. Or one individual might decide to craft an amendment on your own after having discussed it informally with others. Keep me in the loop. The fourth thing we could do is vote interim study. There's no vote for retained bills in the second year, because remember, retained bills from last year got voted on last week. Well, last week next year is a new House. The election has taken place. So there's no retained bills, but interim study means a work group meets to discuss the bill and makes one of two recommendations only: a good idea for future legislation or not a good idea for future legislation. I personally have never favored the interim study route. Early bills. These are bills that have to go to another committee. They must be out the door by February 15th. Our last meeting before then is February 13th, the Tuesday, which means they're batting first pretty much here, because if we want to tinker with them, we'll have to do that because the final vote has to be out by the middle of February. We will not meet on February 27th. That is New Hampshire school vacation week. There is no session. It's been announced several times. Some committee chairs go ahead and make committee meetings. I don't do that. You're getting the week off with your kids or grandkids. Enjoy. Finally, no food or drink in the room except water. That means you can't have your lunch here. If you brought your lunch, you got to go down to the cafeteria or somewhere outside of a meeting room. People again ask what to call me. I've wanted illustrious potentate, but that was shot down. So I like Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair is what I sit on. I like to be Mr. Chairman, and I like to honor others according to what they wish to be called. Just let me know. When asking a question of somebody testifying, first thank me, and then thank the person who is testifying, as in thank you for taking my question, and then off we go. So any questions procedurally as we start our new year? Yes, Representative Nelson.
Hello, Mr. Chairman.
Hello,
Nice
Representative
to see
Nelson.
you. I just have a question. I know that sometimes people are unable to attend committee for the entire day, so I completely understand your scheduling and all of the process that you just said. Just curious if someone would need to leave early for whatever reason. Would we ask to have a replacement for us for the entire day?
Replacements are for the day, not for after 3 o'clock.
So I'm sorry. Can I follow up? I'm sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, because we will be having testimony and then possibly execing some bills, then
Right.
that would just be the general course of what we would do.
We will exec them only if it looks like it's going to be unanimous, where one or two people's absence doesn't make any difference. Like
Okay,
we've
great.
got a few people who can't be here
Yeah,
today.
yeah.
And that's why if it was a controversial bill, well, I'm not going to exec it because it's not fair. We didn't give the opportunity for a replacement to come in, only if it looks like it's unanimous, because the absence of somebody won't make any difference in terms of the vote. Okay? Try to be fair. Any other questions before we get going? Okay. I'd like to open the hearing on House Bill 1189 relative to criteria for reporting child support delinquencies to federal agencies. And the chair recognizes Representative James Spillane of Deerfield, the prime sponsor, also chairman of Fish and Game, and is that the correct title of it? Fish and Game. And Marine Resources, but not Air Force or Army resources, just Marine. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Before I start with 1189, I want to give a heartfelt thank you to you all for working so hard on HB 618FN, which, with your help, after you retained it, was able to go onto the consent calendar and pass last week. I think it's great that we're going to be letting people know what their right is to work together to handle their child support when they have their final divorce decree, and not involve garnishment and the state. Anytime people are informed of their rights, I think it's a good thing. HB 1189 I bring before you because I had both bills I bring before you now are going to look familiar because they both were in front of you last year. HB 1189 was not passed last year. Well, the predecessor to it. In that one, we had tried to fix a situation where I personally was denied a passport renewal because my wage garnishment doesn't line up with the payment schedule that DCYF was expecting, or Child Support Services was expecting. And when the request for the passport was put down from the Department of State in the federal government, it came back with a no from New Hampshire because I was between $3 and $6 under what the total should have been. So we tried in the last bill to put a dollar amount that would be the lowest amount that someone could be in arrears for 1 month, just to make sure that, or for one payment, sorry, not 1 month, one payment, since the payments are done weekly. And I think it was around $20 or something. And we were argued against that. The opposition from the department said that we already follow federal guidelines for reporting for the passport denial. You'll see in the handout I sent out on the second page, halfway down, it says under the passport denial program, it states certify cases in which an obligor owes more than $2,500 in unpaid child support. The Office of Child Support Enforcement transmits the information to the Department of State so that a U.S. passport will not be issued, renewed, or someone is not to someone who's not supporting their children. Now, obviously, I was not $2,500 in arrears. I've never been $2,500 in arrears, but somehow my passport got denied. So there's a problem. But the department said they never report it to the federal government unless it exceeds that amount. So I said, fine, if that's what you're saying, then I'm going to put a bill in that says you must follow the federal guidelines. And in addition, the other problem, when I called the Department of State to find out why my passport was being denied, they said, well, we can't see the dollar amount you're in arrears for. New Hampshire doesn't report the dollar amount to us. They only tell us yes or no. They've either paid the amount they're supposed to or more, or they're in arrears. And it doesn't say what the dollar amount is. So part of this bill says they must report back with the dollar amount when they make that report. Other states do report dollar amounts. New Hampshire does not. So it's a fairly simple bill. You have seen it before. This iteration of it simply says, and I'll read it to you, the department shall maintain an automated system of reporting child support arrearages that complies with the federal guidelines on child support delinquency. And that means if those guidelines change, we'll still stay aligned with them, which means that we don't have to revisit this. That's why I wrote it that way. And shall not report as delinquent any arrearage that does not meet the federal threshold. This gives us the ability to come back and say, why did you report it when you said that you weren't going to, and now you're in violation of state law? The system shall also report the request to the requesting agency the dollar amount of the arrearage if the account is delinquent. And that will allow the Department of State to look at it and say, this isn't more than $2,500. It's as simple as that. And I'm open to any questions if anybody has any.
Representative Raymond, I can see your hand.
All right. Thank you, Mr.
That's
Chairman,
good.
and thank you, Representative, for coming. I have a question about the line 10, where it says, shall not report as delinquent any arrearage that does not meet the federal threshold. Does this bill mean that they can't report it to anyone, or is it only specifically for the federal government for the passport program? Because I know in both the handout you gave and then our research handout, it talked about how child support sometimes reports to
collection agencies, they report to driver's licenses, and that threshold seems to be different in different circumstances. So I'm curious about whether this bill would prohibit them from going to collection agencies as well.
So by tying it to the federal threshold, that means whichever federal threshold you're talking about, it should have to align with that. So if the threshold's different for driver's licenses, that's the threshold that they have to meet. It's not specifically saying a dollar amount here, and it's not specifically saying this is, it has to be $2,500. It's saying the federal threshold. So for any agency they report to, whatever the threshold might be. Now, if a collection agency or a credit bureau doesn't have a threshold, then the threshold's 0. If a driver's license has a person has a threshold of a smaller amount than $2,500, then that becomes the threshold for reporting. We're saying you must align yourself for reporting with whatever the federal threshold is, because that's what they said they do, and I'm just going to try to hold them to that. But in addition, I want the dollar amount reported when that report is made, which is currently not being done.
Any other questions, Representative Bickford?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Oh, you haven't taken it yet, but it looks like you're trying to put a check on the system. In other words, you said it's an up or a down, but this says when you get the number figure, that helps them understand if there was an error.
Correct.
Okay.
And the Department of State told me that they could not override it because they didn't know the dollar amount. So they couldn't finish processing my passport if it was in error because they didn't know the dollar amount. So I had to actually work with the state, pay them $5 or $6 to get it to 0, and tell the federal Department of State again, now run your check, and please do it before the next processing time because then it might fall in misalignment again. And I can, for anybody who wants to see, it's personal information, so I don't want to just throw it out there, but I can print out how my deductions from my pay equal out throughout the year. I get paid every 2 weeks. The Bureau of Child Support Services expects a payment weekly. So at certain times in the year, I'm in arrears. At certain times, I might be slightly above. By the end of the year, it equals 0 because the way the work calculates that, they say, here's the amount he needs to pay at the end of the year. Let's divide that over all these pay periods of every 2 weeks. And then that's what they take out of my paycheck. Unfortunately, since I'm not paid weekly, it doesn't line up exactly with the payments, and that's why I'm in this situation. And I'm sure that anybody who's paid in other ways, it misaligns as well. So I could show you how halfway through the year, I'm always in arrears when I add those up. But by December, it lines up again. It's just because of the way that those payments hit on various months that have various pay periods in them. Every month doesn't have 2, and it's just,
Thank you.
I see no further questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee.
And the chair recognizes Lisa De Kutowski from the Bureau of Child Support. She has information to provide.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And good morning, members of the committee. My name is Lisa Dekatowski. I am the Bureau Chief with the Department of Health and Human Services, Bureau of Child Support Services, and we are the program that administers the child support program under the Social Security Act, Title Roman numeral 4D, for here in the state of New Hampshire. And I am here today just to provide some information in relation to House Bill 1189. It was unclear to the department specifically what this proposed legislation was in fact seeking to accomplish. up until hearing Representative Spillane speak to the intent behind the bill this morning. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to just speak to this briefly. The department takes the position that we are already in compliance with the Title 4D reporting requirements for federal collections. The Code of Federal Regulations under the Title 4D Act is pretty prescriptive in terms of ensuring that we have federally certified automated systems, to which I will speak to. Our New Hampshire automated system is a federally certified system that already has programmed in all of the programmatic requirements that our federal collections programs request for us to submit to both the federal offset and the federal passport denial program. Again, want to assure the committee that the current system that the state of New Hampshire has in place for child support services meets all of the very specific regulations specifically outlined in the Code of Federal Regulations 307 and the specific guidance that our Federal Office of Child Support Services Division of Federal Systems provides to us for technical guidance. So in circumstances, as it was spoken to, the Division of Federal Systems provides states with very specific technical guidelines and data elements to which we are required to provide for both the federal collections offset program as well as the passport program to meet the eligibility thresholds at times certain. And we are currently in compliance with that. So I would be happy and available. One of the data elements that we do provide within our data file is the arrearage amount. The federal threshold for eligibility for passport denial is an individual's arrearage amount. In order to be included in that file, must demonstrate an amount of $2,500 or more. The federal threshold, and that indicator is then sent within the data file that we send to the Federal Office of Child Support Services. So with that, I will just want to again just reassure the committee that our system is already in compliance with these rules. We are a federally certified system, and certainly if there were any questions that the committee may have, I would be happy to answer them.
Any questions from the committee? Representative DeSimone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Full disclosure, I am a co-sponsor of this bill. My question to you is, since it is your statement that you are in full compliance, this bill will not change anything with your department. Is that true?
Again, as I stated, thank you, Representative DeSimone. I appreciate the question. Again, currently we are responsible to providing the federal government with the data elements that they ask us to do, and we are currently in performance with that. So if I don't see that this, since we're already in compliance with our automated system as prescribed by the federal government, I would be concerned that we would be again, the federal government is the entity, the Office of Child Support Services is the entity that tells us what to report to them. So I certainly would want the department to ensure that we maintained compliance with whatever they requested us to provide for data elements for their system processing.
I'd like to give the follow-up. Could you answer that in one word, please?
Yes.
Will
ma'am.
this bill change anything or not? One word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the question. No,
No,
not
thank you.
that I can see.
Vice Chair Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my questions. With respect to shall maintain an automated system, you already have that maintained in that automated system. is what I
Thank you
heard.
for the question, Representative Long. Yes, we already maintain an automated system, correct?
Okay, could I follow up, Mr.
Follow up.
Chairman? I want to go back to Representative Raymond's question as it pertains to the shall not report as delinquent any arrearage. As it pertains to, my understanding is, as it pertains to the federal request only. Is that yours? Does this affect any other reporting of arrearage within your agency, not necessarily to the feds? Does this bill change any of that language? Or are you seeing this as it pertains to the federal request?
Thank you, Representative Long, for the question. The way that it is written speaks specifically to federal thresholds. That is how I would receive that information, would be specific to federal threshold. That is certainly how Representative Spillane spoke to that. So that's how I read it.
Okay, thank you. And one more for that.
One more.
With respect to data elements, the feds request information, you give them information, somebody's $1,000 behind on arrearage. Now, through testimony, it was stated that it was a minimum amount owed. However, they went after their passport. And that's out of your hands. Have you heard of the feds taking your information that they requested and going after licenses or passports for under the $2,500 minimum?
Thank you for the question, Representative Long. I am not aware of any of those circumstances that you referenced. I would like to clarify, if I could, that the file in which the Bureau sends to the Federal Collections Office there are several federal thresholds depending upon the federal enforcement remedy that we submit to. In this particular circumstance, a file is sent routinely to the Office of Child Support Services, Federal Office of Child Support Services, wherein cases that meet the federal threshold for federal tax refund offset, the federal thresholds for eligibility for arrearages in those cases are in circumstances where public assistance arrears, or also known as TANF arrears, that is $150 in arrears at the end of at the time of submission. And in non-public assistance, also known as non-TANF arrearages, that is a $500 federal threshold. So when a case meets that eligibility criteria, that file is sent with that amount. That amount will change based on what the arrearage amount of the case is. In a passport denial situation with the federal passport denial program, again, I just want to clarify that that threshold is $2,500 or more. So that will only, that indication will only go to the passport denial program when that particular case meets that arrearage balance. I would like to clarify, though, that once a file is submitted to the federal passport denial program, it is not automatically removed from the federal passport denial program. The individual that was submitted must then work with the state agency that submitted them to remove that indicator from their passport denial or from their passport status. Once the arrearage balance for that case reaches 0 in the federal passport denial program, the indicator is automatically removed. And if there are circumstances where there may be discrepancies, the state can work with the Office of Child Support Services and the passport denial program to assist an individual to address any potential lag or concerns in indication.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Grossman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a follow up to that, your response. What state agency would the individual work with if their passport has gone to that federal passport program and they need to work with the state program? What office would they work with?
Thank you, Representative Grossman, for the question. If we, as the Bureau of Child Support Services, was the state agency that submitted those child support arrearages, it would be with our program that that individual would work directly with.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative used to be Moulton, now is Gibbons.
Correct. Hi, thank you for taking.
What did you get for Christmas?
I know. Thank you for taking my question. So you seem pretty neutral on the bill. Would you recommend that we passed this bill, or would you recommend that we ITL'd it?
Thank you, Representative Gibbons.
That's, yes, I'm changing my name, but yes,
Thank
it's in the
you,
process.
Representative Gibbons, for the question. Again, the department takes, yes, a neutral standpoint as to whether the committee chooses to pass this bill or not. I just want to assure the committee that we are currently in compliance with what we are regulated to provide as prescribed under the Title 4D program here for the state of New Hampshire.
Representative Gregg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here and for taking our questions. We appreciate it. In going back to, it comes down to, this is kind of a neutral thing, but if process is already being done, the necessity to legislate something such as this, when I don't think that we've had an overwhelming number of them. But back to the root of this, if somebody who's paying child support is having, it seems like if this is the way that it is, where it gets paid every week, but the individual only gets paid every 2 weeks, then it's a system where it's set up for them to be in arrearages. Is there a way for them to adjust that? Like if they get paid every 2 weeks? I mean, obviously the person with the child, the bulk of the time, has the expenses all the time. They don't have, expenses only every 2 weeks. But is there a way to combat that so that we're not setting somebody up for failure in arrearages?
Thank you, Representative Gregg, for the question. The answer is that each case is taken into consideration on its own merits. Every case situation fluctuates differently. So our caseworkers are trained to look at the nuances of particular case circumstances to determine if there are circumstances where there may be um, timing concerns in relation to the amounts of the obligation versus the time of the payments. So we do have procedures in place that our caseworkers will look specifically at those types of circumstances to ensure that if there are any manual exclusions that need to be placed on the case record, that that can be done. So.
You want to follow up? Follow up.
Thank you for the follow-up. So just to make it clear then, if there is a way to do this so you're not set up to constantly have arrearages every year, there is a process where you can fix this, correct?
Thank you again, Representative Craig, for the question. Yes, there are circumstances where our caseworkers will look at individual case circumstances and determine whether or not any types of exclusions may need to be placed as prescribed by the guidance that we've received from the federal offset programs.
Representative Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I actually have two now because I wanted to follow up on that question. Do the people in the department look at the situations, the individual situations before or after the situation occurs? In other words, do you already have, you understand what I'm asking? Sorry.
Thank you, Representative Ball, for the question. It's a continuous review process. Our caseworkers are constantly looking at the case circumstances right at the onset of the case when we're putting our orders on the system and when they are passed to our child support enforcement officers for review and maintenance. So we routinely look at cases and are triggered to look at cases at a variety of different junctures throughout the case. So it's a continuous review. But yes, there are circumstances where we receive direct communications from our constituents who are asking us to look at certain circumstances, to which we will also do at that same time.
Follow up, and before I would ask the witness please to be briefer in her words. We don't need long drawn out answers that can be given in one word or one phrase, please. Representative Ball.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you again. So the question I now have is, I'm understanding you to say that to be in federal compliance, you report if it's $2,500 arrearage to the passport. But if it falls below the $2,500, why is it still being reported? Because it's no longer meeting that threshold. I'm not understanding why it would stay on as being a flag.
Thank you, Representative Ball. So to be submitted for the federal passport program, the arrearage balance is triggered by the $2,500 arrearage. So once your arrearages meet $2,500 or more, if you're submitted within the file, you're submitted to the passport denial program. So it's an eligibility criteria.
But when it falls below that, when the next payment comes in, why is it still remaining? That's the point. So when he got down to $3 to $5 because of the 2-week pay period, why wasn't it removed at that time? Because it no longer met that criteria, or the threshold, I should say.
Thank you, Representative Ball. The policies and procedures in relation to the federal passport denial program indicates that once submitted to the passport denial program, the individual must reach out to the state agency to have that removed, because in order to be removed from passport denial, your arrearage balance has to equal 0. And that's part of the federal policies and procedures.
Thank you.
Representative Panic.
Thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to have a question. And thank you for taking my question. If the requirement is $2,500 in the rear to be put into the passport denial program, and if Representative Spillane only was in the rears $5, and you're telling us that everybody in your agency is following the guidelines, is there a possibility that there was a data breach a computer hack that would have put him on that no-fly list?
Thank you for the question, Representative Panic. I'm not quite sure how I can answer that question. I would say no. I'm not aware of any concerns related to that, and I don't know that that would be a circumstance. However, there would be a. So, my answer is no.
Thank you for the question, for answering.
All right, my question, thank you for taking it. If I understand Representative Spillane's not only testimony today, but last year, that he was in arrearage a very small amount, and that the feds did not know how much. Where is the problem? Is it his faulty memory? Is it what you did or did not send? Or is it the feds can't figure out what you appropriately did send because we have a problem here?
Thank you, Representative Pearson, for the question. I think it's I think the problem lies in understanding how the data flow works between the state, the Federal Office of Child Support Enforcement, and how that information then gets transmitted to the Department of State for the Passport Denial Program. The state agency submits the files for arrearages and federal thresholds to the Office of Child Support Enforcement Services. The Office of Child Support Enforcement Services then sends an indicator to the Department of State that handles the passport program that an individual had met the threshold, but they, I don't believe, send to the Department of State the arrearage amount that is maintained between the Office of Child Support Enforcement Services and the State Child Support Agency. So it could be, in fact, and I don't have the specific details of data elements in front of me, but that could be that the U.S. Department of State that handles the passport process just knows that the child support program has submitted an individual for the passport denial program, and then they ask the individual to return to the state agency that submitted them to correct that indicator field.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative Ball.
Thank you, Chairman Pearson. And just one last question. I just wanted to know when these notices of arrearages go to other agencies, do the people who are in arrears, are they also made aware that the other agencies have been told that they are in arrears? In other words, if somebody's applying for a passport, would they know that they could have corrected this beforehand, or that there's going to be an issue? Or is this something that after 6 weeks of waiting for their passport, they then find out, oh my God, I have to pay $5, and then we got to go through the whole process over again? When do the people find out that their name has been submitted into an agency because of arrearages?
Thank you, Representative Ball. The Bureau of Child Support Services does provide notices and information to our obligors that are paying child support services. The federal offset program also sends out a pre-offset notice. So once you've met a federal collections arrearage amount and you've been submitted to the program, you will receive that initial notice as well as an annual notice to be informed of that.
Representative DeSimone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if in the individual's case, where the individual was not in arrears of $2,500 or more, which did not meet the federal requirement, would that person receive a notice of arrearage as well? Because the person that we're discussing did not receive such notice. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative DeSimone, for the question. If I understand the question that you're asking, anytime an individual within our program is being submitted, or if any enforcement action is being taken within our authority, the individual is provided notice. Our program does require us to send multiple notices more than one time in some circumstances to try to engage with individuals. Again, I cannot speak to specific case circumstances naturally. Every case is taken, the facts of each case is taken into consideration. So but on a general basis, again, we absolutely notice our customers of any and all actions that were taken in their cases at a variety of different times throughout the case. You're welcome.
Vice Chair Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would your bureau be able to look at those that go in arrearage, knowing that in December, in their payment plan, they're going to be paid in full, and not have to submit those to the feds?
Thank
So
you.
in this case, it was arrearage because of the monthly payments. And I think, why would that have to be reported to the feds? If in December, I know it's going to be paid in full.
Thank you, Representative Long. I believe the short answer is yes, we could pre-identify cases that would be approaching a collection, approaching a full obligation for paid in full circumstances.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing nothing further, thank you for your testimony. The chair recognizes the Honorable Betty Gay. She asked for 3 minutes. We're running late, so I'll give you 3 minutes.
Representative Spillane was never in $2,500 arrearage. That shows that there is a problem with the system. It sounds like a software problem because, as Representative Gregg pointed out, only in weeks that end on the weekend are a payment going to match a whole week. Everybody is going to be in arrearage every week, not $2,500, but they will be in arrearage if this software is not modified. So I think this bill will cover for that built-in arrearage by requiring the arrearage amount to be input only if the software finds it to be equal to or above $2,500. I'm going to gather, as a person with a technical bachelor's, that it's always a good idea to have the real numbers somewhere stored in the data, so that if somebody wants to ask a question about it from another angle, they've got it there. For instance, when Representative Spillane was trying to deal with the federal government to free up his right to have a passport, apparently nobody ever discussed arrearage amounts. And if this is an automated system, then the automated system has to get fixed. Otherwise, it was verbal. And they never asked how much he's in arrearage. They just said, is he in arrearage? They said yes. So we can fix it. We can fix the software, or we can just require that the amount is always available to be considered when the question is asked. But again, if it's an automated system, my opinion is the software has got to get fixed, or people are going to be in arrearage almost 52 weeks a year.
Any questions for the Honorable Betty Gay? Anyway, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask a question of Representative Spillane, please, before I do a polling of the committee to see whether we want to exec this bill as presented. Having heard,
Thank
here's
you,
my
Mr.
question.
Chairman.
having heard the testimony, might this committee wish to consider an amendment that would add some toughening language to what we have in front of us? Because the longer I heard the assertions of how we so frequently review the case, how we are so careful in doing this, and yet here is the problem. There is a problem. And it is your problem because of someone else's problem. Do you think it would be advantageous to what we're trying to do to perhaps have an amendment to toughen this bill?
Mr. Chairman, there appeared to me to be some areas that make obvious some of the holes in the system during the testimony that may not be addressed by the bill as it's written, so you may want to consider that. For example, I can tell you that in the testimony I heard that notice is given to the person that they can correct it before they apply for their passport renewal if they exceed the threshold. In my case, where I didn't exceed the threshold, and I don't know how it got triggered into that system, I never received notice, and I actually had to send my passport back to them with the payment. That passport was no longer in my possession, so even though it was good for 6 more months, I still was banned from traveling, waiting 6 weeks for their reply, and when their reply came and said, now you're in arrears, you need to talk to them, I had to trigger calling the Department of State, then calling the Bureau of Child Support Services here in the state, trying to figure out what happened. I had to actually pay the $5 or so to the Bureau of Child Support Services, then wait 24 hours so that it would be processed by their system, and then tell the Department of State, please process it again now because it should be 0 now. And none of this should have happened. In addition, I heard that, well, we review these cases for special situations. It doesn't, but yet the software is automated. So whatever triggered the software and sent the notice out happened before they may have reviewed the case. The cases are not being reviewed prior to, it doesn't say, all right, here's a trigger, now let's look at that before it gets sent, because it's automated. So what's happening is it's being triggered and sent automatically, and then if there's a problem, they'll review it. But every single one of these triggers, because of the situation they're in, where more and more people are being paid and not on a weekly basis, I think there's probably a lot more people than me that may be hitting these thresholds. Maybe they didn't apply for a passport and they didn't realize it and things zeroed out again, but it's going to happen again, and it's going to happen again, because these triggers should be reviewed or the software should be fixed.
Would you like to work with one or two of us in this committee on a possible amendment to be brought forth by, say, January 30th, our exec session?
I would be happy to. I see a question for you, though.
Yeah, and it's not a question as much as it's a statement that's going to try to look like a question that violates what I read earlier. That since the department has stipulated all the good things, but they didn't happen, for us to articulate them is not an insult in the slightest, because they maintain they're doing it. So we're just asking them to do things
To do what they
that they're
do.
already doing,
Right.
in their opinion.
That's why I drafted the bill the way it is.
But yet, it looks like it may need a little bit more teeth. Perhaps. Yes, Representative Russman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just a little concerned that we're legislating to a specific case right now. We don't have other cases of people coming forward. We haven't had any other cases come forward with this problem. It's up to the individual that gets into arrears to follow up with the passport. That's the trigger. Even if it's at $3, but at some point it triggered to go into arrears. So the only person we've had coming forward is Representative Spillane. And I'm really uncomfortable with legislating this way.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comment. Okay, that will conclude this
Thank you for your time.
hearing, and I will not move this to exec, and you can be in touch if you wish with one or two people if you wish, and that is our right to do. So this ends the hearing on Bill 1189. And we now open the hearing on Bill 1111, and it is the penalty for false reports of suspected abuse and neglect made to DCYF, and the chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Spillane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. This bill will look very familiar because this is the exact same bill that you passed out of this committee and we passed out of the House and sent over to the Senate last year. The Senate decided that the chair of the Senate committee decided that she was going to interim study it. I will tell you that I had 2 different phone calls from the chair of the committee asking me questions. I spoke to the governor about the bill, and he was in support of the bill. I spoke to the department, and they were in support of the bill. In fact, the old director of DCYF helped me draft the language of that bill, which is why we passed this out in the exact same language you're seeing before you now last year. My intent is to put this in front of the Senate again because I'm going to keep pushing them to try to stop, especially with all of the news lately about the lack of resources for DCYF, to stop allowing people to weaponize the system with false reports and give people a free get out of jail card so that they don't have to do anything at all for making a knowingly false report. I believe our bar was very high when we passed this out of the House. We said not only does it have to be knowingly false, but it has to be done with intent to harm. It's a very high bar. It exempted all mandatory reporters. And I passed around, as you'll see, a reminder that approximately 28 states carry penalties in their civil child protection laws for a person who willfully or intentionally makes a report of child abuse or neglect that the reporter knows to be false. We're not breaking new ground. Of those 28 states, states such as New York, Massachusetts, California, all have this law. It's not a freebie to go ahead and make false reports of child abuse or neglect against people. It's not something that comes without penalty if you're chewing up DCYF resources for false complaints. Our DCYF department is understaffed and has enough to do. They don't need to be chasing down false reports constantly from people who just have a beef with somebody. And the department should be able to levy some sort of penalty against someone that they find repeatedly doing that. And as was brought out in the testimony last year, in order to prove that bar of intentional report with intent to harm, it's probably not going to happen the first time. But once that person has made multiple reports over and over again of unfounded reports, the department can take action at this point. And the department can levy something to show that person they shouldn't be doing that. And I think that once the example is made, you'll find that people are unwilling to make that false report because they've seen what happens. And so I ask you again to pass this, as you did last year, out of this committee so we can send it back over to the Senate and hopefully convince them that this is the right way to go. And I'll take any questions.
Any questions for Representative Spillane on the Bill 1111? Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've almost gotten through what you passed out, but this is about penalties on people that do not report.
That's the first part. Down at the bottom, let me find the exact paragraph for you. I highlighted it on my sheet, but it didn't copy, so the highlight didn't come through. It is almost the end of the paragraph on the first page. After the section about mandatory reporters who fail to report, there is a section that says approximately 29 states carry penalties in their civil child protection laws for any person who willfully or intentionally makes a report of child abuse or neglect that the reporter knows to be false. It's right at the very bottom, and I can show you my highlighted version so you can see it better.
Approximately. Thank you. Thank you. May I follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you. What is the penalty in New Hampshire
There is none.
for not reporting?
For not reporting, I would actually direct you to the chair for that because I don't know. I haven't been following but as I know the chair is a mandatory reporter, he might know what the penalty for not reporting is. I can't tell you. I can tell you that for falsely reporting, there is no penalty in New Hampshire.
I've never not reported when it was a case where, as a mandatory reporter, I had to, so it never concerned me to find out what the penalty would be.
Mr.
You
Chairman?
want to follow up?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I thought we were all mandatory reporters now.
Yes.
That we had passed legislation sometime. Okay,
Technically, we are.
Technically.
okay. Thank you. Thank you, too.
I'm sure the traditional mandatory reporters are much more aware of that than everybody who lives on my street.
Yeah, exactly. I believe that most people, if you asked them on the side of the street right now, they wouldn't even know they're a mandatory reporter. It's just not a well-known thing. And they certainly wouldn't know what the penalty is for not reporting. However, there's a lot of people out there apparently who know that there's no penalty for falsely reporting because it's being weaponized and it's happening more and more.
Representative Gibbons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Nameplate to follow.
That's right. Whether or not all adults were mandatory reporters, my profession is a mandated reporter profession. And in the training that I've always gotten, you have to have a suspicion of abuse or neglect in order to report. Just a suspicion as a mandatory reporter. But that's completely different than just making something up. So there's no penalty for reporting a suspicion because you would have to have something that gives you that suspicion. You have to have some type of fact. You know, the kid has bruises all over them, something like that. As opposed to you know, just making something up. The kid has bruises and they don't have them. So to answer your question, I've never heard of what the penalty is if we don't report, but we just don't really want to risk our licenses. So, you know, there's always that. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
With my Christmas present of lateral vision, I now call on Representative Raymond, whose hand I see.
Turned it off. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for being here. So I do know there is no penalty in New Hampshire for not reporting. I used to practice in New York for DCYF, and they do have penalties. There was a very famous case out of Westchester where some guidance counselors failed to report sexual abuse, and they went to jail for it. So I guess my question is, are you interested in copying the rest of the states that have laws like this where we're penalizing people for falsely reporting? Most of those also have a penalty for failing to report, because failing to report is more serious to the, you know, health and well-being of a child than somebody calling, you know, because they're mad at their neighbor. So I guess my question is, did you consider, or would you consider having that be part of the bill if we're copying other states on one half of the problem?
Thank you for your question. I absolutely would. I thought there was a penalty in the first place, as well as several people who have been traditional mandatory reporters for a long time. We all thought there's something that will happen to you if you fail to do it. So I think the assumption that there was some teeth behind it was always there. And I would say that's a critical thing too. We should have, when there's a suspicion, it should be reported. Absolutely. But when there's somebody making something up, there should be a penalty for doing that too.
To follow that up, if I'm following the train of thought correctly, do we know that a mandatory reporter, and I'm going to use that in the narrow sense, not the way it is on the books in New Hampshire, but the ones who are likely to do it,
Licensed professionals
Yeah,
who are
yeah.
mandated to report.
like myself, and we don't do it. Do you know one way or the other whether there's a penalty?
I do not. Testimony
And-
from your representative said there is not.
And I'm getting this from other sources up here saying there isn't. Would we like to do that here?
I would welcome that, and maybe that'll help get it through the Senate.
Maybe. So let's consider. Okay. Any further questions for Representative Spillane? Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Just to be clear, this bill does not mandate someone give their name. It is optional to give your name, and you can still report anonymously. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct. That language was agreed upon by the director of the DCYF program when I worked with him. The old director. I have not yet met the new director. but-
Former director.
Former director. That's right. We're not going to put age into it.
Both of them are in good middle age categories. So yes, the former director.
Former director, and we worked for a while to make sure that language gave them the ability to encourage names for follow-up, so that if there were questions, they could follow up, because there's a problem with following up with a lot of anonymous reports as well, that the department said, and they would like to encourage but not make it banned. So.
Further questions for the prime sponsor? Seeing none, the chair would like to call the middle-aged but not old director, Jeffrey Fisher from DCYF, to come up. And Councillor John Williams.
Good morning, Chairman Pearson and members of the Children and Family Law Committee. This brings me way back in time. I'm looking for Representative David Bickford. I first appeared before this committee, not with a fancy microphone in front of you, back in 1999. So that's how far I go back with the committee. For the record, I am the Legislative Director for Health and Human Services, and with me today is...
Good morning, Jeff Fleischer, Director, DCYF.
And want to thank you and the committee. Responding to Representative Spillane, as you probably are aware, we as an agency do act as a resource to committees, and we certainly have a hand in drafting legislation. I was not involved directly with those conversations, but I was involved with at least discussions with Joe Ripson regarding the department's position around the bill. Joe was here as a resource to the committee to provide information to the committee. However, the department did not take a specific position on this legislation last session. So if there was some confusion, I apologize to the committee and also to Representative Spillane, but the department hadn't taken a position on the bill. I also understand that Director Ripson, former director, also was looking at other state jurisdictions that have similar legislation as that proposed here before the committee. With that said, there are concerns around the issue of the chilling effect for reporting and children's safety, and that is at least one of the considerations that we believe that this committee needs to consider when thoughtfully putting forward such legislation. I know that was an issue when the bill was heard in its former iteration in the Senate, and one of the reasons that I believe that the committee did not move the bill forward for consideration. And with that, I'll turn it over to our current director to introduce himself, because he's a newer face to you, maybe not since 1999, but he is a wonderful addition to the department.
So this makes you old John Williams then?
Not as old as the director and composer, but yes, the old John Williams.
Yeah, just a correction. I'm no longer middle-aged, but I think I'm old age now. So just a correction for the record. But yeah, we have a lot of confidence in our central intake. That's to screen out, if we feel calls are not legitimate or not to be followed up or just screened out. We're well trained in that. And we're also fearful that if penalties are put forth, it may discourage people from doing their duty as mandated reporters and to report. So that's just basically it. Again, we're pretty comfortable with how things are working out now, and central intake is, although overwhelmed, has been noted. They're experts at deciphering what's real and what's not.
If I could ask a clarification, these are my words, but I would ask if they would be your words too, that if we let it be known that there would be penalties for intentionally false reporting, it might scare away some sincere reporters thinking, uh-oh, if I'm wrong, I will be penalized, even though because they're sincere, they wouldn't be. It would scare them off. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, so that's be our fear. And what we're doing now, working on a resource guide for people to report in suspected abuse, neglect, abandonment. And this will be a guide, a computerized guide for people to guide them into how to report, what to report. And then if they feel it's not risen to the level of reporting, they'll also be available for services. We're going to have community guides who will help connect people with services to get to the families that are in question. So there's some systems, a lot of systems that are being built now to really help people report accurately.
I would assume that there would be a section in this, wouldn't there be, that makes it a question, that would say, if you sincerely believe and have a reason to sincerely believe, then don't worry if we later investigate and find out that you were, there wasn't a real problem, but you were sincere.
Yeah. I mean, that's it. John, did you want to?
Very, very good question there, Chairman Pearson. There is already in the RSA under the Chapter 169C immunity from liability. When they created the reporting system in the legislation, it's been on the books for many, many years now, if not decades, relative to providing a level of immunity because they were balancing the interest of protecting children versus the concerns and fears of people making reports. So I believe your concerns are addressed currently in the RSA.
Follow up then, if that be the case, and I would believe you, then wouldn't the malicious, false reporters be quite different, and we would want to try to minimize that? Because I know from working on family court matters that sometimes people weaponize false reporting. Wouldn't that yet be still a concern now that you have let the people who are sincerely reporting know their immunity? Question mark.
Drawing on my former experience back in the early 1990s from Rockingham County when I was an assistant county attorney, in court matters where individuals falsify information regarding material facts before the court, there is a Class B felony, at least it was at that time, I don't believe it's been changed, for perjury or providing false information. So I would imagine that there are some boundaries in current law, not reflected necessarily in RSA 169C, but in other areas of law that would prevent individuals from coming in falsifying testimony at a court proceeding.
Then would it not be an easy matter to use the same language about falsifying of testimony under 169C?
That is a policy consideration for your committee. I do think it's important to recognize the concerns regarding the chilling effect for making reports because you're actually asking the individual to process another level of concern relative to putting the child's safety first. That's a consideration that you should take into account. The other one is the stakeholders that are out in the community, those people who are the mandated reporters, typically from either the school setting or from a clinical setting like the pediatrician's office, that we want to make sure that the laws that are in place, which are currently in place, they are working in terms of people making reports. The concern is that by changing this law and penalizing for false reports under current statute, that it could create a chilling effect for balancing the interests of protecting children versus concerns for making those reports. And I think that's the concerns that we're trying to articulate without taking a specific position because the policy determination is within the hands of the legislature on this issue.
Representative DeSimone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back. Welcome again, Director Fleet. I'm sorry. I knew I was going to mess that up, Director Fleischer. We've had this discussion for the 16 years I've been here, almost every year. And I think that it's really something that could help the committee, but it will definitely help me. I'm not going to speak for the committee. There's a big difference between falsely reporting and reporting something that you think is neglect and abuse, but according to law, it truly is not. You're reporting something in your heart of hearts. You believe that the child is being hurt by this particular behavior, but you're not false reporting. Can you talk a little bit about the difference between false reporting and reporting something that turns out not to be abuse in someone else or the law's eyes?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. And, you know, that's our challenge. You know, when a call comes in, our intake at first through the phone and questioning, and hopefully now people using our resource guide to determine, is this the law? Is this legally abuse or neglect? And that's what our people do every day. And again, they're well trained in trying to decipher that. The idea of people abusing that and weaponizing it, it's not something that has not come to my attention since I've been here. It's not, you know, targeted as an issue for us or as something that's problematic. And again, I think it's attributed to the way we screen calls. And then when in doubt, we get out there, we investigate, and we see for ourselves what's going on. So, you know, I think that's the important part, is that are we equipped to go out there and really tell the truth from falsehood? And the other thing is, we are making efforts now to make it more clear for reporters on how to report and sort of guide them to screen out those that are not legitimately abuse or neglect.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Panic.
Thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to ask this question. With regards to false reporting, there's a very good reason why you would want to have the person who is making the report to identify themselves. Because when you're doing something like, when you're doing a serious allegation of child abuse, what happens to the person that you're reporting, and if it isn't true, what happens is they lose their Second Amendment rights. This, I know, has happened. It happened to my son. And he lost his guns, ability to have his guns, for a whole year based on a false report. So I think it's very important.
Make it a question.
So how do we protect that from happening? Thank you.
And Chairman Pearson, in addressing Representative Panic's question, one of the things I think you have to take into consideration is the scope of the legislation in front of you. In other words, the four corners of the document of the bill, and it's the threshold about the report to the central registry. In other words, abuse and neglect. What happens in the real world when there are either divorce actions or actions involving custody of children? As we know, there are a court action. So that's another layer well beyond just the initial report, trying to make a determination if a child, if an investigation needs to be looked into. Many of the reports we do get are unfounded, and we close out the case accordingly. And of course, those of you who have been doing this for years knows very well about the thoroughness of that system, because we certainly work with this committee in terms of retention of records and whatnot. So I think we would be ill-advised to trying to get into the mindset of a specific court case. Certainly, there are safety valves in terms of appealing court decisions. There's also Judicial Conduct Council if there's a question regarding the judges and their ethics in terms of a case. But I think that's beyond the scope of what we're going to be able to answer for you today, Representative Panic.
One more question.
Follow up, yes.
Follow-up question, thank you. My understanding is that 95% of these cases are false reports, and what they do is they try to err on the side of out of safety concern, which I totally understand that. So, I mean, we can't always tell when somebody's lying. So how do we that's why I don't think it's a good idea to keep I don't think it's a good idea to have the tips brought in anonymously. I
Move to a question.
Thank you.
This is for exec sessions. Good stuff. But,
All right, thank you.
and I'm talking to myself when I say that.
Thank you.
Representative Ball.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just going back in my memory, and it has been a year, so if you could refresh it, perhaps. I remember we had testimony, and I thought it pertained to this, about 10,000 allegations per year. Is that a correct number, or somewhere around there?
Don't know it's about right, but
And the-
we screen out about 50%.
And that's what I'm asking if you could confirm, because what I remember, and if you could confirm this, was that there was about 10,000 and it whittled down to about 1,000 and then ended up at around, I think around 400, that all had to do with alcohol and drugs. So am I recollecting that correctly from the last year's? It wasn't you who has testified, so I'm just wondering if those are accurate numbers now.
We'll get back to you on that. I'm here 5 months, but
Okay.
we're in the well above 10,000 calls. We screen out about 50% or so, and I don't know as far as the connection between drug and alcohol.
Okay.
So we'll have to get back with you on those that data.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, Representative McMahon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fleischer, relative to what you stated earlier, is that you have staff members that take calls from complainants that are offering testimony that there is abuse taking place, and that you have 100% confidence in the determination on whether it's real or made up on the result of these calls, on whether action should be taken? Does that mean yes?
Yes.
Okay, then a follow-up?
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Then would that thereby make this bill moot?
Yeah,
Have you read the bill?
I've read the summary of the bill.
Oh, the summary, but not the bill itself.
Right.
Well, that's then unfair to you. I thought you might have read the bill. Your guidance is very important right here. Is in reading the full bill and in comparison to what is happening now under your direction that you're responsible for, do we need this bill or not?
Yeah. Again, based on the summary, and I don't know if John has any other more in depth, but we would say there's no need for the bill. That's what our current assessment would be.
And between both of you, who's the authority having jurisdiction?
Well, I will readily state that I not only read this bill, but every other bill that's coming before your committee today. So with that, I think, again, it's a policy determination. If you feel this is necessary, I think you can tell from our testimony today that we have concerns around the bill, and I would have to leave it to you to determine whether or not this bill is moot based upon our current practices.
To the people at the witness table, a follow-up to Representative McMahon's question about great certainty in screening out true from false allegations is one thing for you people to proceed. I think the heart of the bill goes to punishment of those people who hurt others by making false accusations. So to stipulate your well-trained staff, I've only met a few of them and I was very impressed, is one thing. But the punishment of wrongdoers is another thing. And I think the bill goes to that point. You're agreeing.
We can do it.
We can sing, Director?
Yeah, don't bunk your heads.
Well,
when
that
you
would be
do
just the other concern would
Yeah.
be if there's these penalties that the public is aware of, would that keep them from those that are well-meaning of reporting? Is, that the danger of them being
Okay.
accused of
Sure.
false reporting.
Irrespective of how great the new document is going to make it abundantly clear that they have immunity. People can read it and not get it. I understand. I work in the legislature. Yeah, thank you. Any other? Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I am thankful that you are here and always here, and you're a valuable resource to us. Is there any data that backs up what we're talking about? So maybe in states where there is a penalty for false reporting, is there any data that you can point us to for those states, like amount of reports prior to, amount of reports post, and how many people actually have been penalized?
That is a great question, and I don't have that answer. We'd have to look at those other states.
And I was going to say, and given the amount of work that your committee researcher, I'd be remiss if I even suggested for her to be looking into Ms. Dyer to that question. Perhaps the National Conference on State Legislators might have a similar kind of a document, something shelf ready out there that would address it. But that's a great question in terms of looking at the image before and after post legislation in terms of either numbers or reports around that matter. So hopefully that's something we continue to work on, Representative Nelson.
Having never met anybody more eager to write term papers and doing such a wonderful job, I bet we'll have that information in a few weeks, or at least a little bit of it, enough to guide us. Representative, who else? Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in reading the bill, I mean, this bill specifically says that it would be a misdemeanor, but it would have to be malicious or intent. So it would be a repeat offender. It wouldn't be the first time someone calls. That would be the way that I am reading this, in understanding that that's who this bill is really targeting. In order to, I mean, you just testified that 50% of the cases that are brought forward are not, they don't have any validity to them, or they're not enough to go forward. So knowing that now, in reading the bill, that this is only intended to go for those people who are weaponizing a system, and that they would have repeatedly done this, and you can see a pattern of behavior, would that change your mind in trying to curtail that, in order to also protect the parents and the children, who then have to be investigated to find out that this was really a malicious attempt to hurt the family? Would that change your opinion on this?
And Representative Pearson, drawing again on my prior background as being a criminal law attorney in Rockingham County, assistant county attorney prosecutor, this matter, if you're going to put in a provision in there for a misdemeanor, that's a criminal offense. We, as the agency that are doing the screening of cases to determine whether or not the information provided either meets the threshold on its face of prima facie child abuse, that would be our particular role. If this case were to be referred to a law enforcement agency, it would go to whatever, presumably either Concord Police, State Police, somebody would do the investigation into this matter. The word malicious intent, they're getting into, when you're doing a criminal act, and I'm loving looking at Representative Pearson because he's caught up on more seasons of criminal law and should probably already be an honorary Juris Doctorate himself.
Okay.
That in the mindset of malicious intent, I mean, the word malicious, if you just look it up in a dictionary, would mean evil, bad, whatever kind of intent. It's not talking about repeated conduct of that individual. It's whatever their state of mind was at the point of time that they actually did the act. And in this case, the act would be either in communication, orally, verbally, or through written communication, providing false information for the purposes of obviously deceiving, folks about the actual circumstances around that child. Our goal here is, as an agency, at least under current law, is we don't make those assessments of who's telling the truth. We have to allow the process to protect children. So if somebody makes a claim of something that on its face would be child abuse, we would be required to looking into that matter, investigating it. There would be a secondary, if this law were to pass, a secondary process that would occur under the criminal justice system relative to whether or not they met the threshold of the misdemeanor offense, which would include the mental state, or mens rea, that's a fancy word that they pay to go to law school to get, mens rea, mental state, of malicious intent. But it wouldn't, malicious intent in and of itself is not repeated conduct.
Everybody got that? Yeah, that's good. I got more law books for Christmas, but I haven't gotten to that one yet. Representative DeSimone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again for taking another question from me. My concern with whether the department is accepting this bill or not is the difference between purposeful false reporting that would have an adverse effect on someone's life and lifestyle. And currently, the department having no teeth whatsoever in pursuing the false reporter. So if I were to call, and I did call once, it wasn't because I was mad at somebody, but I called because I heard parents using 4-letter words in front of their 2-year-old continually, and I thought, oh dear God, now the 2-year-old's running around saying those words because they're all minor birds. And I thought, oh my God, that is such bad behavior. Turns out it wasn't child abuse. But I was doing it for the right reasons. But we are hearing all too many times parents being raked over the coals for supposedly abusing their child because a family member or a friend of a family member wants them to pay dearly for the divorce or separation or whatever. Wouldn't you say that it would give the department more teeth to have a bill like this that gave a provision for the person to be punished for purposely falsely reporting child abuse or neglect?
Yeah, well, again, 50% or so that calls that we get from well-meaning people, most of them, pan out not to meet the statutes of abuse and neglect, like the parents cursing in front of their child. That wouldn't meet our statutes. We are making every effort, though, even for cases that don't meet abuse and neglect, we're offering services to that family, and also that reporter to know that these services do exist and there's any way we can get them to the family. As far as, again, this has not been a problem that I've seen, that my staff, when I talk about this bill, has said this is a problem, and yeah, this would help us. That's not come from my team. So I'm not equipped to answer that at this point. It's just something that's not come to our attention. And again, we're doing everything we can in training and getting the right people, the right amount of people, and now with a new community resource guide to really make sure that we're not allowing people who are maliciously reporting to affect those lives of that family. We're doing everything in our power to do that. I don't know. I don't have any evidence that a penalty would help or not help.
Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you so much. And Director, I am older than you and still consider myself middle-aged.
I don't know. We'll have to get our driver's license out.
Do you have a New Hampshire driver's license now? No, withdrawn. Now, we're way over time. This was very helpful, but we are way over time, and I'm looking at several cards who say they would like 2 or 3 minutes, and we are going to go to the 3-minute rule. So, with that, Representative Alicia Likas has asked for 3 minutes, and the clock starts once the microphone it is on, and once you say your first word.
Thank you for having me here. My name is Alicia Likas. I represent Hillsborough 38. I'm here to tell what happened to me based on a false and malicious call. I lost my granddaughter for 14 months. My daughter-in-law came from Seattle, where she did not need a driver's license because she always took public transportation. And when she married my son and was pregnant, she came out to New Hampshire. She decided once she was having to get rides to work that she needed a driver's license, and she had a babysitter during the days while she was working, and was paying somebody privately to give her driver's instruction. And by the time that was done, she would arrive at the babysitter's house after my granddaughter had gone to bed. My granddaughter was approximately 6 months old, might have been a little younger than that. So she said, I'm not going to wake her up to take her home just to bring her back in the morning. So she made arrangements for 3 days for this babysitter to keep her daughter so she could finish getting her driver's license training. And in the meantime, a relative of the person who was babysitting was jealous of my daughter-in-law and believed that her boyfriend was visiting my daughter-in-law when in fact her boyfriend had gone to school with my son and was going over, and my son and her boyfriend were hanging out together. But this girl, being jealous, reported that she was abandoned and neglected. So my granddaughter was taken away from the babysitter. 14 months. 14 months of a time when a child is really bonding with their parent. 14 months in the process, my son and my daughter-in-law broke up over this. They put them through all kinds of trainings that they had to go through. They told my daughter-in-law she had to get a youth bed, that because the baby had grown larger and could no longer be in a crib, even though the crib could be, dropped down and the bars dropped down and used as a bed, or a single bed, which my daughter had, which most people graduate kids from a crib to a regular twin bed. No, they made her get a youth bed, just all kinds of things she had to do. And finally, at the court decision, they said no harms were done. My daughter-in-law and son were not guilty of anything and returned the baby. Except then they charged them fees for all of any expenses occurred during that time when they had taken her, all because of a malicious report that was malicious.
You've got 30 seconds to wrap it up, please.
And so consequently, my daughter-in-law ended up leaving the state because she couldn't afford to pay those penalties, couldn't afford to pay all of those expenses when she had done nothing wrong. And that person who made that report should be deterred. Other people like that should be deterred from making similar reports. So this is something that happens. Thank you.
Would you take any questions?
Sure.
From the committee? Any questions from the committee?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Representative Bickford, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. The things that DCYF, I'm going to say recommended, were they not a more safety situation for the child? You said about the expense, you said it sounds like you meant it to be a great expense to make these changes or upgrades of a bed anyway, you mentioned. And I'm asking, were the upgrades because they felt it would be safer for the child?
I actually don't know why they recommended a youth bed. Most people don't have youth beds. The expenses that they charged her for, the person whose care they put my granddaughter in got a job and had to pay for childcare while she went to work. And they put that expense on my daughter-in-law when she got her daughter back, made her pay for all of that childcare during that time, which she never would have incurred on her own.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I have a question, Representative. Thank you for taking it. I'm trying to get a timeline here or an action sequence. This report by the jealous person was made to DCYF, who then presumably screened it between false and true, the 50% we heard, and thought it had merit to proceed. Was there testimony given to the investigator that this was, the facts as you stated, was that the boyfriend wasn't distracting the gal, the boyfriend was with the son, and the gal, the babysitter, was actively doing her responsibility? Was that testimony, was there an opportunity for that testimony to be given by your family?
We had no idea who made the phone call until after we got the baby back.
Was there an opportunity for you to give testimony according to the statements made anonymously?
Certainly my daughter-in-law, explained what the situation was when they contacted her, but the baby was already gone. They took her from the babysitter, not from my daughter-in-law. They went to the babysitter while she was staying there and took her, and my daughter-in-law did not know until she went to pick the baby up.
And this was DCYF that did this?
Yes.
And when you started learning more information, was it then welcome for you to say to DCYF, wait a minute, this is false?
Like I said, it was after the baby had been returned, over 14 months later. It was later that we found out who the person was who made the report. We had no idea. And it was afterwards we found out who made the report and why. And by then, my daughter-in-law had already taken the baby out of the state.
But presumably, my follow-up is that when the baby was taken away from the babysitter's custody, did they give you a reason why?
Abandonment.
Abandonment. And
neglect.
And neglect. And were you able to give a response? You or someone able to give a response to that at that time?
There was a lady who was the guardian ad litem for the baby, and we were able to tell her. But I never got to testify, no, not until we went to the court case, which was 14 months later. When they finally returned my granddaughter, that's when I had the opportunity. I personally had the opportunity to talk to them.
Therefore, I would ask, does it seem plausible that word on the street that jealous person has now been prosecuted for false reporting at great cost emotionally to your family? Word on the street would prove a disincentive to others who might do that?
I would hope so, yes.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Raymond.
I just, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Isn't it true that here in New Hampshire, DCYF does not have the authority to remove children? Only judges and court can make that order?
I actually do not know any of those rules, so that would be something I would hope you would know. I just know what happened.
Representative Panic.
I know the answer to that question. If I can answer.
Would we be persuaded by your testimony that?
Can I?
That's a question. I made it a
right.
question,
All
so
right.
go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Representative Raymond, my son had custody of his child, and there was a false report that the mother made. And before it even went to court, they got the police to my son's house and removed my grandson from my son's home, and we didn't see that child for 8 months. Not until we went to see a guardian at Lytton and had to hash it all out. And so, no, they don't need to see a judge first. They just can go in there and sweep them up.
I guess
Thank you for that testimony of your experience. Anyone else with a question? Representative Ball.
Would you believe that when I was a CASA, they did take the children from the home? In that particular case, it may have been warranted because there was drugs in the house, but there was nothing going forward. They just showed up and took the child.
Well, given that that's what happened to my granddaughter, I certainly would believe that.
So I'm hearing, is it fair to say, Representative, that there's due process is not in place here? There's a problem. It is believed to be valid. The baby is immediately removed, and it may take going to court. There's no 48 hours by which it must be justified or a hearing be held or anything like that. It's a long time.
That was my experience, yes.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I'm curious, how old was the babysitter and how long ago did this happen?
The babysitter was middle-aged, I think.
Which
At
is slightly
least.
younger than Director Fleischer and me.
Exactly. And it happened a while ago.
10 years ago, 20 years ago?
Over 20 years ago.
Okay, thank you.
So I don't know that this happens now, but I know that the
The reason I ask is because there's been a lot of resources that have been directed to DCYF in the last, I'm going to say 5 years. So I just wanted to get a feel for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony and taking questions. Again, in the 3-minute rule, the
Thank you.
chair recognizes Gail Drat to come up for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, for letting me testify today. During the special committee investigating the New Hampshire Family Courts, former commissioner of DCYF did testify, and he said just north of 20,000 calls are made to central intake. Just north of 10,000 are weeded out, and approximately 10,000 are assessed for needed services or allegations of abuse or neglect. And they count in the hundreds how many actually go to court. This tells me there is a problem with false reporting or also, the Parental Rights Foundation has referenced a federal statistic. Roughly 83% of child abuse or neglect reports investigated ultimately proved to be unfounded or unsubstantiated, and when reported anonymously, the number rises to 96%. Too often, reports are made out of spite or to gain an upper hand in the court proceeding, weaponizing the system. The false reports further harm innocent children and families by way of obstructing the relationship between the children and the targeted parent and interfering with parental rights and responsibilities of that parent. During an investigation period, the child oftentimes is obstructed from seeing or having a relationship with the targeted parent. This holds true for large numbers of false reports of domestic violence to gain an upper hand in the court proceeding, again, weaponizing the system and causing unnecessary delays. The investigations can often take months. If the court is involved, child-parent contact may be obstructed for months, if not years. Prior to ever being convicted of child abuse or neglect, a parent may be put into a central registry, which can adversely affect a parent's ability to find an adequate employment or simply chaperone a child's school field trip. When these actions are done maliciously and with ill intent, there needs to be a remedy to address such actions. Implementing this bill would be a step in the right direction. I may suggest changing the word may to shall, further protects parental rights and limits government interference. And changing the word from may to shall would change the reporting to confidential reporting rather than anonymous reporting. This aligns with the 2021 Health and Human Service Task Force of the American Legislative Exchange Council, as they voted unanimously to endorse model legislation to require confidential reporting to child abuse hotlines.
Thank you so much. Do you have a copy of that testimony you could give to the clerk later on?
Yes.
Thank you so much. That's some good information. Are there any questions for the witness? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Chair recognizes Mr. Robert Tanguay for 3 minutes. The clock starts once you hit the talk button. Now you have to hit the talk button. Great, thank you.
All right. I don't know if you can hear this.
His name is Robert Tanguay, Tanguay. And what's his, do you know his date of birth actually? We don't know his date of birth, no.
This is the Domestic Violence Coalition calling on
And then where is he currently?
October 31st.
He is in the Legislative Office Building, and he's in the Children and Family Law Committee room, which is room 206 through 208. Must be like an auditorium style.
I would ask you to, could you keep this to the bill itself?
Yeah, it is to the bill.
Okay. He's come across, we're across the street from the State House, so he's come over to our building.
Yeah. So that's the Domestic Violence Coalition. After they invited me to their place to report, by Paula English, I wanted to get some help with domestic violence in my case, in my family. False reports of domestic violence, and then unanswered domestic violence. Doesn't matter what laws we create. Doesn't matter what happens really here. Matters what happens in the courts. The courts don't pursue any of the crimes, such as perjury, as the gentleman did mention, which is a felony. I have some laws which I actually been looking up. I've done a lot of reading, been through a lot of pain, and I've been before y'all, and I do appreciate your standpoint. And so one of them that's very relevant. So we got Title 4D. That's what funds the state. It's actually like about $16 billion fund across the country, where states compete on a competitive basis by issuing child support orders. And that funds our state federally to tune about $500 million. You know, that's my understanding of it. Section 401 of 42 USC 601 has...
You have 1/2 minute to wrap it up.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Has reasons for getting child support. The purpose of this part is to increase the flexibility of the states operating the program to design to provide assistance to needy families so that children may be cared for in their own homes of relatives. 2, to end the dependence of needy parents on government benefits by preventing job preparation, work, marriage. Reduce the incidence of out-of-wedlock pregnancies. 4, encourage the formation and maintenance of 2-parent families. Section 402.6, certification standards for fraud and abuse. And that includes it all the way at the end.
Now, Mr. Tanguay, because we've gone 3 minutes and 15 seconds, so I will ask one question. Do you support the bill?
I do support the bill.
Thank you.
Part of the bill.
Oh, no, that's it. I gave you 3 minutes. I gave you an extra 15 seconds. So thank you for your testimony. And I do have the shut off button here. So thank you. You may go back to your seat now, and the chair recognizes.
Why-
The chair
no
recognizes. The chair.
for You see how it is?
Yeah, I do. All right, the chair now recognizes Jane Bergeron from a special, I think it's a special administrator from NHASEA. I'm sorry?
1588.
Well, it's okay. We'll look forward to you coming up. I see no more cards on 1111. I'm going to do the straw poll, and the only right way to put your thumb is the way you believe. Do you want to move into exec session now or not? An up thumb is yes, a down thumb is no. Okay, so we will hold on to this for 2 or 3 weeks. And Representative Spillane, if there's anything you wish to work on in the remaining 3 weeks, or in fact anybody else wishes to, the only criteria is an amendment must be presented by a member of the committee. Doesn't have to be written by a member of the committee. So thank you very much. And let's take about 30 seconds or so to let the clerk get caught up with paperwork. The hearing on House Bill 1111 is now concluded, and I now open the hearing on House Bill 1425, prohibiting the suspension of driver's licenses in child support enforcement matters. And the chair recognizes Representative Bernardi, the prime sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. J.D. Bernardi, Rockingham 36, Hampton Falls, Kensington, Southampton, Newton, Plastow. Here to sponsor House Bill 1425 FN, an act relative to prohibiting the suspension of driver's licenses in child support enforcement matters. All 50 states have statutory administrative provisions authorizing the suspension or revocation of various licenses for failure to pay child support. The license affected are generally driver's licenses, but also occupational, professional, business, or recreational licenses, like fishing and hunting. Each state imposes its own criteria for the amount of arrears the obligor or the person owing the child support must owe for a license to be suspended, and the amount of time that they must be delinquent before the suspension occurs. Related provisions include procedures to halt the revocation proceedings, reinstate licenses, and issue temporary or restricted licenses. In recent years, some legislatures have been easing up on license restrictions that would impair the obligor's ability to earn income or otherwise meet their parental obligations. For example, 15 states in the 2020 NCSL report allow for temporary driver's license if the suspension would prevent the obligor from traveling to or from work, parenting time, or religious services. Some states allow for temporary occupational professional licenses while administrative or judicial review is being conducted, or have largely abandoned the use of the suspension power altogether. A 2020 report by Dartmouth Rockefeller Center for Public Policy and Social Sciences note that in the previous 5 years, 22 states have passed legislation to reduce license suspension for non-driving offenses by varying degrees. License suspension itself is derivative of the Child Support Enforcement Program enacted in 1975 by a federal program under the infamous Title 4D of Social Security Act. The program is designed with 7 major functions on behalf of children: locating absent or custodial parents, establishing paternity, establishing child support orders, reviewing and modifying child support orders, collecting child support payments, distributing child support payments, establishing and enforcing support for children's medical needs. Child support collection methods used by state agencies include income withholding, interception of tax refunds, interception of unemployment compensation, liens against property, reporting child support obligations to credit bureaus, interception of lottery winnings, sending insurance settlements, enforcement information to agencies, and authorizing seizure of assets of the debtor's parents held in public or private retirement funds or financial institutions. And finally, the authority to suspend or revoke driver's license or other professional licenses. All this were part of the 96 Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act and the 1998 Deadbeat Parents Punishment Act. As President Clinton noted, if you flee across state lines and refuse to pay your child support, you will be charged with a federal felony offense and land in jail for up to 2 years. Under current New Hampshire law, a driver's license may be revoked for 3 classes of offenses not related to motor vehicle operation. 1, default or noncompliance with payment of a fine. 2, drug or alcohol offenses, and 3, failure for to pay child support. But as the Dartmouth report I referenced earlier indicates, suspending or revoking a person's driver's license has collateral consequences. Limiting an individual's means of transportation can seriously affect employment status, income level, public safety, and child care options. Many offenders, particularly those in rural areas, may find themselves with no alternative but to drive on a suspended license. If stopped by police while driving, they could be charged with another misdemeanor or a Class B felony in addition to further fines. The Dartmouth report further indicates by analogy, because there was a lack of concrete information from our Division of Motor Vehicles or the Department of Health and Human Services, that a suspended license in a state, about 50% were for failure to pay the fines, various fines, 40% for failure to appear in court, 2.5% for failure to pay child support, and 1% for drug offenses. Note that nothing in this bill prevents a state from using driver's license information to track down those failing to pay child support. It only prevents the suspension or revocation so that the party can maximize their opportunity to earn the monies they need to pay that child support debt. Now let me review one case of one of our legislative colleagues, the Honorable Jason Janbrun of Seabrook. He's been without his license for 4 years, yet all his child support payments are presently current. He lost his license without notice. That should not have happened. He ran a truck driving business. That business was destroyed with the last lack of his license, and 4 other people lost their employment in his business. It's been a long, bumpy road, but he obtained other less remunerative employment, has his child support current, but through another comedy of errors associated with false tickets and whatnot, he is now at the point where he should finally get his license renewed at the end of this month. Meanwhile, the state has lost considerable revenue from the loss of his business. So finally, let me turn to that fiscal note that's at the end of this bill. I believe the impact of the state highway fund revenue, listed as $68,000, needs to be compared to the $279 million or the $415 million, including turnpike monies, that the state receives in its taxation. This is a de minimis amount compared to the harm done to the individual's ability to earn a reasonable living in order to pay child support obligation. And as I noted, it further discounts the additional state monies lost because of depressing the earning capacities of those so inhibited. With respect to the likelihood that New Hampshire would be fiscally and financially punished for making changes to its laws, I remind the committee of the comments I made earlier, that nearly half the states in this union have already taken action to reduce the impact of this onerous penalty without any adverse consequences. Thank you, and I'm ready to take any questions.
Any questions for the representative? Representative Gibbons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I do like this bill because you're absolutely right with the logic where if you take away someone's ability to go to work, then how are they going to pay their child support? My question is that it also makes sense to me for there to be consequences for someone who's actively trying to avoid paying child support. So the question that I have is, if someone was to, and you may or may not know this, maybe someone else does, if someone was to go out of state with malicious intent to try to avoid paying child support, is child support able to be collected across state lines? Because the way I see it, we should allow people to go to work, but we do need consequences for people not paying child support. So in other words, if it was to follow them, that they can't get away from paying child support, but still allow them to work, then that makes the most sense to me. So you might not know the answer, but maybe you do.
Well, as I indicated, this bill does not limit the state's ability to track those kinds of cases. And so in the late 90s, when this legislation was in its heyday and the deadbeat dad provisions were being touted, the examples given were Mr. X left his family in Ohio and moved to Kentucky, and now he's applying for that Kentucky driver's license. Well, this bill allows the states to share information. Yes, he's here in Kentucky. He's applying for a driver's license here. You can track him here and get your child support issues dealt with. And as I also mentioned, that the current laws allow numerous other methods to collect child support, and probably the most important is to tap into someone's income tax returns and get monies that way, and that's a vehicle for getting after other assets as well.
Sounds good. Representative Panic.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. What I don't see in here is the where the protections would be from revoking their professional licensing, could that be added to this bill?
I wanted to start small. I wanted to start with the driver's license issues only. I also agree that, you know, if you're if a professional license, you know, or a business license, that it would make sense. But I wanted to take a small bite at the apple first to see the temperature of the legislature, and then if that made sense, we could move on to the other licenses.
Any other questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Susan, I want to get it right, Brisson, DHHS, Bureau of Child Support, who has ticked the box indicating opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to the committee. My name is Susan Brisson. I'm the Chief Staff Attorney for the Office of Child Support in the Department of Health and Human Services. We appear today to give testimony with regards to House Bill 1425. This bill prohibits the suspension, revocation, or denial of driver's license for failure to comply with a child support order, and allows for reinstatement for individuals whose driver's license have been suspended, revoked, or denied. As a condition of receiving federal 4D funds, which is the 66% of the budget for the child support program, our state is required to have procedures regarding the withholding, suspension, and restriction of the licenses of non-custodial parents who owe past due support. This comes from the statute. It's 42 USC section 666 A16. Sure, 42 USC section 666 little a 16. You're welcome. The mandate also, besides driver's license, covers professional and occupational licenses, recreational and sporting licenses as well. We would note that second to the income withholding order, the suspension of driver's license is the most used and the most highly effective enforcement tool available to the child support program. In New Hampshire, our policy allows for the certification of an obligor as non-compliant after 60 days of non-payment. I did a little bit of research in preparation for today to sort of see where New Hampshire lies with regards to the day amount. Looking at New England, New Hampshire at 60 days, Connecticut it's 90 days, Maine at 60 days, Massachusetts at 8 weeks, Rhode Island it's 90 days, Vermont always wants to be different. It's a quarter of the annual obligation, which is basically 90 days. So if this legislation as proposed would go through, it would place the Bureau out of compliance with its federal state plan requirements and in direct conflict with federal law, making the state subject to significant federal sanctions, which could include the total loss of federal funding, as well as funding for the incentive funds and the federal TANF block grant. So I've been told to keep it short and sweet, so I think I will end there.
Extra credit. Anyone with a question? Representative Bickford. Microphone. Microphone on, is it? Yeah, red light, got it?
Thank you. Attorney
Okay.
Bresson, right?
Right.
Who's so good about answering our calls here. But you talked about the loss of funding. And do you have any idea what that loss of funding might be? And could you tell us what we get now from the federal funding?
Thank you for the question. Yes, it could be up to $16.9 million in federal funds, an additional $1.2 million in federal child support performance measure incentive funds, and 1.9 million in the federal TANF block grant funding.
And
Follow up?
thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's hard to believe they would take that much away just for a license. Do you have any indication what they would take away if this passed actually?
Unfortunately, I've, despite being with the Bureau for 23 years, we've never lived through one of these, so I don't know what it would look like. I do believe we would be given a chance to remedy what the feds would say is our mistake. But what that would look like, whether that would sort of be an all or nothing or gradual, that I'm sorry, I can't really address.
One up further.
One.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We heard about other states doing something, but I'm not clear, reduction, it was called, in driver's licenses, suspension. Do you know anything about that?
I do know that other states do temporary licenses. I think that's sort of been the case all along, in that personal experience from my aunt who lives in New York, who has a very heavy foot. When she lost her license due to speeding, she was always able to get a temporary license to get herself to work. So that's something that I know other states do. I don't think that's specific to the child support piece.
Oh.
To my knowledge, it's not something New Hampshire's ever done.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Long was next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a lack of compliance to child support has their license revoked. So they have a job and their license, and they're not paying support. So is there some way that New Hampshire can, prior to pulling a license, can they work out a payment plan and show that that plan is being observed, where they could retain their license?
Thank you for the question, Representative Long. Yes, they do. The child support officers definitely do work with people. What I've found in the past is that the threat to the driver's license is sometimes the first way we have of getting somebody's attention who's not paying their child support. If they have a job, we have a wage assignment in place. If they have a what we call a W-2 job, meaning that they work for somebody else, they're not self-employed, and they're not in the gig economy. So then this is not an issue, because the payments are coming in. But for people who are sort of outside the more normal employment, we send them letters, look, you owe this money, when you're going to start making payments, what's happening, and they get ignored. So it's the first letter that goes out that says, you're getting close to the point where we might take your license. A lot of times that's all it takes. They call, they set up a payment plan, we ask them what's going on, and sort of be like, okay, let's get this going. I do know that once we've certified them to DMV, DMV then sends out a notice and gives them time to come to an agreement with us, at which point we would then revoke the revocation, or there's language that deal with it. So a lot of times, people don't actually lose the license, in that we try to work with them. We also would encourage somebody, if somebody comes in and says they are unable to pay because they think it's too much money, we would encourage them and help them to apply for a modification of their order. Because obviously that's something, if they've had a change in circumstance or something like that, it's like, well, let's get it to court to make it more affordable, and then hopefully then you can make your payments.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to be back.
We're happy you're back.
And thank you for taking my question. For full transparency purposes, I am a co-sponsor on this bill, but I just wanted to ask you one question, and it's regarding the federal funding. The sponsor of this bill stated that of all of the states who have a law similar to what this bill would become, that there's been no federal funding that's been withheld. can you either confirm or disprove his statement to that fact?
Thank you for the question. I don't have any information about other states' federal funding. I will tell you that I did find a report from it's a national group that basically listed all the different states and what they do for license revocation. And it's all 50 states. There is not any state that doesn't have it. Some of them do have the temporary, the whole temporary piece of it. So then it's up to each state, I think, to how it actually gets applied. You're welcome.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Jennifer Bailey from DMV.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the chair. My name is Jennifer Bailey, and I'm with the Division of Motor Vehicles.
Oh, that's what DMV means.
Yes.
I knew it. Thank you. I'm having flashbacks to life in Massachusetts where
The RMV.
bad. Thank you.
Yes.
You're the good guys. Thank you.
So the DMV is not they're not opposed. We're just here as a neutral party on this and to present some statistical data for DHHS. So in 2023, we received 2,400 requests from child support to suspend driver's licenses. So our process in that is to send out notification to the most recent mailing address on file with us, as well as the address child support provides us if it's different. So 2 notices potentially can go out. This gives the applicant 30 days to respond to child support. If they do, child support sends a rescind notice to us, and then we rescind that suspension. Of those 2,400 new child support complaints last year, 258 ended up having to pay suspension fees of $100. 708 of them cleared child support before the suspension and fee went into effect. 69 are currently pending. 1,400 of them are still active. They have not cleared child support nor paid their suspension fees, so their licenses remain suspended. In that count, though, they may not only be suspended for child support. We often see that those that are still remaining suspended are suspended for other reasons. So clearing child support may not be priority for them, as a DWI or something else is holding them under for a long period of time. I wanted to make note of an earlier testimony where it was stated that DHHS would still be able to use DMV to track these defendants for their child support. They would not. DHHS would not have any provisions if this law went into effect to be able to use DMV to gain addresses of these individuals. So that's all that I have for you guys, unless you have any questions for me.
Seeing none, thank you so much. And it's my custom, the custom of a lot of chairs, to give the prime sponsor unlimited time and then expert witnesses in my choosing, that is to say, people from agencies, especially if they bring a contrary view, to have quite a bit of time. I'm now going into the public comment phase where we will be back to the 3-minute rule. And while you're up, the chair recognizes the Honorable Betty Gay of Salem.
I promise it's 3 minutes or less. I'll speak from my personal experience in the cases that I am familiar with, but I won't mention anybody's name. In my personal experience, I've known cases where driver's licenses are still being suspended for years for failure to pay child support, even when the obligor has not ever been permitted her due process to contest unreasonable charges and orders. Immediately, the payer was stripped of their driver's license without regard for driving to work. I also know of many cases where the payer withholds child support for several months at a time over a period of years. and they only pay a week before the payee goes to the expense of a court hearing, further missing work. In these cases, these many payers have never lost their driver's license, despite their long-standing history of withholding child support in a malicious game. That's why I support this bill. It is totally not used for everybody. It's just a whim of who gets penalized and who doesn't. So I think there are other more effective ways to make people pay child support without denying their chance to go to court and show whether or not this is a fair obligation.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. Chair recognizes Mr. Robert Tanguay again for 3 minutes. Make it count. I will do it. I bet you can. Mic on.
Oh, hello. Thank you. So anyways, I was talking about, and I just looked up the bill. There was a question earlier. It's called the PDPS system, Problem Driver Pointer System. It's basically interstate commerce, where if you agree to get highway money from the federal government, you have to acknowledge other states' tickets, and they have that's attached to licenses. I will get into that if I have some time. What I was talking about was Section 401 of Title 4D 601, not 606, and so there's a lot of mechanisms that the state has to enforce child support within the court. Contempt of court, boom. And then over and over again, if you keep doing it, then you're going to jail, and people go to jail, and that should be done. But one of the things that they don't follow with 601 of the same scheme is fraud. So if you report fraud, say there's fraud in the case, and your child support arrearages are just so much, and you're contesting that, for them to pull a driver's license is horrible. And I got my driver's license back because in California they said I owed some money, and I said, well, I'm in New Hampshire, you have to prove it, Article 14, and I got my license back. I talked to Earl Sweeney, went all the way up there through the political process, and they just flipped a switch. So we have that, and I also want to bring the committee's attention to the Uniform Support Act of 1955, which I read, and it's on the books. And one of those is amount of support, RSA 546A5, and basically they consider assets. So a lot of times, just picture this: Bill Gates finds a homeless woman and willfully gets her pregnant, and then decides he doesn't want to be with her. He can't just kick her out, and that's what the law states. And in order for, I mean, I could read the law to you, but that's basically what it gets that feeling of it. It's supposed to be equal for children. It's supposed to be, you're not supposed to burden the other party. Doesn't matter. It's all about the children. And then further, there's a law. You can be arrested if you are failure to support, but they have to prove that you have the ability to support. And I can see that you're fidgeting, so I'm getting close.
You are getting close. You've got about 45 seconds.
Okay. So child support's interstate commerce. It's funded by federal grant money for the administration of child support, and then with the DMV, and all is said and good in most cases. But I do support this bill passing, because if you take away someone's driver's license in New Hampshire, they absolutely cannot support themselves or their children, and it's a downward slope. Thank
The
you.
rail system is pretty non-there.
Yeah.
Would you take questions?
If there are any, yes.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much, and thank you for playing Beat the Clock. Oh, that ages me. I see no more pink cards on this, so with that, I conclude the hearing on House Bill 1425 and now open the hearing on House Bill 1588 relative to court jurisdiction over persons receiving special education. And would the prime sponsor please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1588.
Speak into the record because we know who you are, but the
Oh, I'm
listening
sorry.
audience may not know.
Representative Long, representing Manchester, Vice Chair of Children and Family Law.
Thank you.
So House Bill 1588 was brought to me late in the process. That's why you see me as the only sponsor. It's intended to amend the juvenile justice statutes to align with the new upper age limits for special education. It is an important topic and worthy of my attention. That's why I brought this forward. There's a woman here to testify that could articulate this a lot better than I could. So if there are any questions, I'll deflect them.
That would be Jane Bergeron?
Yes.
She and I go back, what, 10 or 15 minutes anyway, right? Come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Jane Bergeron-Beaulieu. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Association of Special Education Administrators, and we are here to speak in support of this bill. Basically, a couple years ago, special education statute was amended to raise the eligibility age for students with disabilities to age 22, or sometimes called 21 inclusive. At that time, when the legislature passed that bill, they didn't take into consideration the juvenile justice statutes, which really, this bill would return the jurisdiction of students until they age out of special education. So it would actually align the special education statutes with the juvenile justice statutes. So, we're in support of this bill because it really supports those students who are in those situations where they may be in a residential treatment center at age 18, and yet they can't continue on with special education through age 22. And you have to apply for waivers, and there's, lots of blocks. So on behalf of the students that we serve, we are in support of aligning these two sets of laws.
The chair recognizes. Yeah, I know. Only one changed the name over Christmas. Representative Grossman. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for helping to bring this forward and bring this information to us. Basically, this is just a housekeeping bill, essentially, right? To align the current 22, and that's it.
Yes, that's from, it's on behalf of the
we
kids
just
so
made
that they don't get stuck in the system.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I know in working a fair bit with the DD community, things could really get streamlined, and maybe this
Yes.
bill will help that.
Yes.
Is that the assertion of those who favor this bill?
Exactly.
Say yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Anyone else? Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. Do we know how many kids we currently have in placement who would be impacted by this bill? I'm trying to think of numbers because I know we have a number that are being served out of state because we don't have placement in state, like 50 or 60. And I'm just curious how many of them fall into this age hole of 18 to 22.
Thank you for the question. I don't have that information today, but I could get it for you.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Wow. The chair recognizes a man who needs no introduction, but he's getting one anyway, the Honorable John Williams, Esquire. Late of Rockingham County, decades in service to the state of New Hampshire.
And Chairman Pearson, members of the committee, thank you very much. And thank you. I am, again, pulling second stringer for the day. For total transparency, we're here to provide information on this bill. And by way of background, I actually, before I went to law school, had my background in special education and really enjoyed working with that population of kids. But as to the bill that's in front of you, and with less than 3 minutes of time, we are supportive of the concept. This bill attempts to do what other legislation that you've seen, either with this committee or the House Education Committee, to align the age for children to receive services up to age 22. So that's what's attempting to be done here. We support the concept, although we know it's an issue for Division 3, but knowing that your chair is very good friends, not only friendship, collegial, but also from the class of 2016 of legislators is Representative Jess Edwards. So there is the need to at least mention the need for resources. If we're going to do what is being requested in this bill, which we would say the underlying goals here are laudatory, there are going to be the need for the resources. We can't do it without the resources in terms of the community-based care for these children, because they're going to need those services up to that particular age. There are modicum of staffing resources that are identified in the fiscal analysis attached to the bill, and those are things we know that will be addressed if this bill passes out of the committee to be for discussions at Division 3. However, I've been at Division 3, and the first question they asked, did you bring up these financial issues before the committee? And I know at risk of being told we're a policy committee, not fiscal. You can't do the policy without the fiscal part of it, and you're not doing a service to the citizens that we both serve by passing legislation that doesn't have the resources to accomplish those goals. So with that, that ends my commentary, and with that, I am concluding my testimony.
And might it be true, and this isn't a would you believe, this is a real question, might it be true that while the bill itself might demand lots more money from Division 3, in the real world, it does not demand as much as one thinks, because when waivers are sought and gained, that costs money that we're spending now. That was a question. It was a money question.
And at the end of the day, I always check my wallet, my bank account to see how much money I need to have, and this is going to need money. Whether it's called through waiver services, we do need a direct appropriation for this. I'm obviously not understanding the question.
Okay, obviously. I did it in a liberal arts form. I'll try to put it in lawyer language. No, I can't. We're spending money for people over 18 now. It's called, you're getting some waivers, and it funds things, and the orange badge people are nodding. And therefore, we're partway there. We're not starting from zero, saying every needy person from 18 to 22 is now going to get a lot of money. We're saying some.
So I think I now understand better when you're referring to waiver, you're talking about waiver services through the department. And it is true that when we're looking at the different categories of individual children who are 18 or under, 18 to 22, and then the adult community, there is still a gap within that area of the 18 to 22, which this bill is trying to align. Again, I came here saying that we are supportive of the concept of the bill, but we do need the resources and can't do this without those resources. And I need to make that abundantly clear. Chairman Pearson.
Thank you, and I'm rehearsing my speech towards the chairman of Division 3 as we speak.
Thank you. And if you could mention the need for putting appropriation language in the bill, that would be greatly appreciated, and we could certainly be part of that conversation to assist you with that.
So since this is going to Division 3, should it pass, they can put funding language in, would you say?
Particularly if they're encouraged by the policy committee that recognizes that the department needed the resources to be able to implement the legislation.
The chair recognizes Representative Grossman.
Great job, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Would you, so The students that are currently the 18 to 22, now that that law has passed, that aren't in the juvenile justice system, wouldn't it be illegal if we didn't find the money, the funding? So it becomes these kids under free and appropriate public education, this is a housekeeping. These kids still have IEPs. They still have needs. That hasn't changed. It's just that these kids happen to be in the juvenile justice system versus the other kids that we've found that funding for up until 22 in our school systems. My son is one of those kids who's 18. We'll get lawsuits as well. If we don't fund this on the front end, because it will be required by federal law. Do you believe that?
And given that I have a whole host of attorneys, including those who might want to provide commentary behind me that would be filing the litigation, I will just refrain from answering it. But we do think that there's a merit behind this bill and the need to accomplish the goals of the legislation.
Representative Ball.
Thank you, Chairman Pearson. Would you believe that we talked about another bill totally separate from this one? And we were actually told that the Budget Committee would not do anything on speculation and we needed to pass the bill and they will find the money. Would you believe that one?
And being that I've been doing this work for over 25 years, I will believe anything you'll tell me about that. Yes.
Thank you.
And having been a prosecutor, you know people who can make it happen. Anyone else? Hey, folks, thank you. Thank you. Folks, while we're up, what do you think? We like it? We want to go forward? Thumbs? Everybody have a thumb? Want a thumb? Thank you. Thumbs? Look at these thumbs. A community of thumbs. This closes the hearing on House Bill 1588 FN. I now open an executive session on House Bill 1588, and I will entertain a motion. Who would like to make a motion? Why, that would be Representative Grossman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to move House Bill 1588 FN for ought to pass.
OTP. And since we've done very well by having a Republican and a Democrat on most things, is there a Republican who would like to second this? I saw Representative McMahon's hand. Any discussion? We could all go over to see Representative Edwards as a group, couldn't we? Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion ought to pass on House Bill 1588 FN, moved by Representative Grossman, seconded by Representative McMahon. The clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Pearson.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Long.
Yes.
Representative DeSimone.
Yes.
Representative Bickford is not here. Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative McMahon.
Yes.
Representative Ball. Yes. Representative Panic.
Yes.
Representative Seidel.
Yes.
Representative Grossman.
Yes.
Representative Patrino is not here. Representative Perez.
Yes.
Representative Gregg.
Yes.
Representative Moulton. Oh, sorry. Excuse me, she is not here. Representative Raymond.
Yes.
We have 12 yeas, 0 nays, and we have 4 people who are not here.
The motion of ought to pass carries by a vote of 12-0. It will go to the House floor. It will then go to Finance. We come back at 1 o'clock. Boy, we made up some lost time, didn't we? Look at that. I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 1598 relative to the Department of Health and Human Services management of Social Security payments and veterans benefits for children in foster care. The chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Mary Jane Wallner. See, this is the mark of a veteran legislator here. She automatically knows to turn on the microphone without a prompt.
Well, I was
Thank
just in a committee where no one had their microphones on, so if you're in the audience, you couldn't hear a thing. So
Oh, well, that's not true here.
that's, well, good. Okay. I'm Mary Jane Wallner. I'm a state representative from here in Concord. And in September, the National Public Radio ran a story, and the story was entitled, "Kids Get the Bill for Their Own Foster Care." And nationwide, about 5% of children and youth in foster care qualify for Social Security disability or survivor's benefits. These are children with disabilities or children who have lost a parent. And across the nation, states have retained these benefits when a child is in foster care. But that is changing. Many states are moving to pass legislation to preserve the benefits for the foster child. Benefits are held securely for the child until they are no longer in foster care. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Social Security Administration have sent a letter to the state child welfare agencies, encouraging them to make needed changes in these policies. The National Public Radio and the Marshall Project found that 49 states, including New Hampshire, routinely retain a child's benefits, and the funds are used to reimburse the state for the cost of foster care. States have an obligation to pay the cost of foster care under state and federal law. So the existing policy of the state retaining the benefits means some of our neediest children pay for their own foster care. The proposed legislation has the Department of Health and Human Services establishing an appropriate account to conserve the benefits until the child leaves foster care. This could be life-changing for a young person leaving foster care. They could now have some resources to pay for housing, possibly continue their education, or buy a car to allow them to get to a job. We hear so often that many youth leaving foster care have no family to go back to, no resources, and often become homeless. I want to thank the Division of Children, Youth, and Families for the assistance they gave me in drafting the bill. Making this change in state policy will be time-consuming for the department, and I have added the ability for an appropriation to the bill. At the time of drafting, it was unclear how much the department would need to accomplish this for foster children. If your committee finds the policy worthwhile, the Finance Committee can work with the department on the needed appropriation. At the time of the bill drafting, this policy change was estimated to affect about 90 children a year in New Hampshire. And according to the information from the Department of Health and Human Services, the state retained $569,000 in 2022 and $521,000 in 23 from foster children's disability and survivor benefits. In a state that has a budget surplus, has reduced business taxes, and moved to eliminate the interest and dividends tax, it seems shameful for us to retain the Social Security, disability, and survivor benefits of our foster children to pay for their own foster care. These are some of the neediest children in our state, and by passing this legislation, we can make a huge difference in their future. I was going to leave you with a couple of articles about this and the impact it's having nationwide on the foster care system. So I'll leave them for you. If someone wants me to, I can run upstairs and get copies for the committee. But I do have one copy of each of the 3 articles.
I think we like that sort of thing, and if you want to do it immediately after this hearing has concluded, that way you won't miss anything that we're discussing, and come on back and then give it to Representative Bickford, who will pass them around.
Great, thank you.
Is there a fiscal note anywhere?
I believe that I had not seen the fiscal note that the department had, but I believe there is a fiscal note floating around someplace. At the time that the bill was published, there was no fiscal note. And when I started to draft the bill, I did work with the department on the wording of the bill, and they were very helpful in helping me word it the way they felt comfortable with it. And at the time, it was really hard to determine what kind of a fiscal impact it would have. So I think that's something finance can work with them on. But I did put in the bill, it does have an appropriation of $1 to allow us to work on the bill and to have an appropriation.
The bad news is, although we have a lot of money, there's a lot more people wanting a lot more than we have. And at the very least, our discussing this can be aspirational for the next budget. I hope we can do more than that, but at the very least, we can signal that it is the belief of this, what the belief of this committee is towards funding in the future. Will you take questions?
Sure.
Sure. Anybody with a question? Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much. This is a very interesting bill. I'm curious, do we know if there are any states who have enacted legislation like this?
Yes.
Do you know which
Yes.
ones?
There are quite a few that are right now working on it, and many that have passed it also. And I have these articles which I will bring back, and you can see some of the examples of states. And our bill, this bill, was drafted using the model of the Arizona
Okay, thank you.
legislation.
Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Wallner.
Yes.
The Social Security payments, which I assume that this includes payments made when there's a parent that dies. Okay. And what is the intent of that Social Security funding? Why did this federal government decide that we should give Social Security money on behalf of children, not necessarily to children, but on behalf?
To support them, and specifically for children with disabilities, also to help them be sure that they get the services that they need.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Chair now calls upon Mr. George Pisker. Is it? Do I have it right? Do I have the right bill? Yes, 1595 from National Parents Organization. That's why he's not here yet. Okay. Thank you. Now I hope I'm going to do better. Is that 1598? Okay, good. Michelle Wangerin? JD? New Hampshire Legal Assistance. You know what? I ask for a lot, and one of those things is
There it
good.
is.
Thank you.
All right.
Good.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. My name is Michelle Wongren. I'm an attorney at New Hampshire Legal Assistance and the director of the Youth Law Project. The Youth Law Project at New Hampshire Legal Assistance is a specific project that works with involved kids to make sure that their civil needs are met to keep them out of the juvenile justice and child protection systems. So in that vein, my testimony today is going to be very practical. I am not a Social Security expert, but I do have some experience based on my representation of youth who have been in the system and how the current practice has a very real impact on already impoverished youth and families. So as a sort of a broad overview, the Social Security Commissioner has very broad discretion in determining who is what's called the representative payee for a child who receives Social Security benefits. So representative payee is typically an adult it could be an agency that manages a child's Social Security benefits for them because they are children and we don't just hand over that money to them. So the money that is received by Social Security to a child is supposed to be used for their benefit. And there are various different types of Social Security, but if we make it very basic and talk about SSI, which is the supplemental Social Security income, that income is designed for children who are either disabled or who have lost a parent and who have very minimal family resources. So it would not be available to children and families who are well resourced and have the ability to maintain their housing and food without some supplemental income. It also is designed to ensure that their disability-based needs can be met because those often come with added costs. So if we look at it with that lens, and the fact that the representative payee's obligation is to make sure that this money is used in the best interest of the child, there are certain factors that Social Security is supposed to look at in determining the best representative payee. One of these factors is the relationship of the recipient to the child. Typically, that is a natural parent because a parent is presumed to act in the child's best interest to manage money that is provided to them on their behalf. Parents typically do that, and there's typically a rebuttable presumption that if they're not, for whatever reason, managing their funding, then Social Security can look to other folks. That could be a close relative, it could be a close family friend, but somebody who knows the child well and knows what their needs are is typically looked to. There's a list of folks that are sort of in order of preference in a manual that it's a PALMS manual that explains how Social Security benefits should be managed. And typically a state agency is last on the list. It is not what typically Social Security should look to as the first choice to manage a child's Social Security benefits. Another factor that Social Security is supposed to look to in determining a representative payee is the knowledge of the child's current and foreseeable needs. Again, a parent typically knows what the child's current needs are and what the child's hopes and dreams are and what they may need down the road. And then the third factor is custody and proximity of the representative payee and to the beneficiary. Typically, when you're talking about a child in the custody of the department, it could go either way. I mean, the department is typically based in Concord. Family could be in close proximity. They should be in close proximity. They may not be in close proximity, but the presumption is they're visiting and maintaining that close connection to the family. So that's how Social Security is supposed to work. Most states, including New Hampshire, have a very long-standing practice of bypassing that order of preference when a child enters the custody of the state. So when a child is removed from home and enters either foster care or institutional placement, that order of preference sort of disappears. And what happens as a matter of practice, and it used to be DCYF policy, I'm not sure if it still is, but DCYF will typically apply to become the child's representative payee. And typically, the Social Security Administration will rubber stamp that without any investigation as to whether or not the child has a natural parent or other person who can manage the child's funds in their best interest. And in my legal practice, representing kids who have entered the custody of the state, this absolutely happens with absolutely no investigation. How does that impact the children? So so typically, again, we have to remember these are impoverished families who have maybe been receiving these Social Security benefits for their disabled child, or for children who have lost a parent for a long time before the child enters state custody. This money is subsistence money. It's not money that's designed to add to the child's life and go on vacations and do these things. The family has determined that the child needs the money to meet the child's basic needs. That includes housing, that includes food, that includes clothing, that includes disability-based services that the child needs, and recreation to the extent that recreation is available. When we talk about recreation, that doesn't mean vacations, but it might mean something normal like, being able to play on a basketball team and pay the fee for the uniforms. So we're talking about very basic needs. So when a child goes into custody, whether it's a residential placement or a foster home, the plan always is, in the first instance, to reunify the child with the family. Now, what happens when a family who's receiving, say, $700, which is the typical, it's 700 and some change. I don't know what it is these days, but it's around there. They suddenly lose that money that they need, that they've relied on to maintain the child's home, food, clothing, and those basic needs. In my experience, those families become immediately at risk of losing their housing. And some become very, very close, if not actually losing it, while the child is in the custody of the department. In a case several years ago, this was exactly the scenario where the family actually did lose their housing. I went to Social Security, who was managing the child's benefits at the time, and I said, look, this family is about to lose housing. They need this money. The department is using it automatically. They became the rep payee, and they're paying to reimburse themselves for the child's residential placement. This family wants this child back. This child wants to go back to the family, but this child will never make it back to the family if the family loses their home. And in the end, with a lot of work that typically these families don't have access to lawyers. But I was representing this child on education issues and happened to know that this was happening. And was able to get involved because NHLA has expertise in it. But with a lot of work, we were able to convince the department to provide the parent gas cards and rental assistance to be able to maintain that family's home and be able to continue contact with the child. That would have never happened without that tremendous effort. The second thing is that when a child goes into placement, even if they're not necessarily at risk of losing their home, kids don't have money. These are families that now have to use all of their resources for their housing because they're shifting from using a portion of the payment to support maybe the child's bedroom. They have to have a 2-bedroom instead of a 1-bedroom. And so they're allowed to use that money for it. But now they don't have extra money. So if the child wants a particular, and we're talking about teenagers sometimes, or, middle schoolers, and the child goes in and they have, a shampoo that doesn't work with their hair, or they want, one cool pair of shoes to fit in. The family has no money for this. The child receives the subsistence money and has no access to it whatsoever because it's being used to reimburse the department for services that it otherwise does have 4E money, state funding to be able to pay for. It puts the child and the family at a very severe disadvantage and has very, very real consequences on these children. So for all of those reasons, NHLA strongly supports this bill and is happy to answer any questions you may have, knowing that I'm a child juvenile justice and child welfare expert, not so much Social Security.
Thank you, Councillor. Will you take questions?
Yes.
Anyone with a question? Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some time ago, during the Clinton administration, I recall a law that came through the federal government that was to push children out of foster care and get them adopted. I can't remember the name of the law. You may recall. I know John does. So I'm trying to figure out, where do we stand? How many kids are in foster care? For how long do they typically stay in foster care? I know at the time they were talking about 1 year.
Yeah, so I think that depends. I think that's a question the department can better answer. I know that in terms of teenagers, the number fluctuates probably between, I know it's about 200 at any point in time. What it is across a year, I don't have that off of the top of my head. But when we're talking about, the broader child welfare population, I'm assuming it's a lot larger. You had a second question and now I forget it.
I think you answered it.
Okay. Oh, and how long are they staying?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's
again, that depends. So some children, aren't able to reunify with their families, and they do get adopted. The preference under federal law is always reunification. So
Always what?
Reunification. So the state is required to work with the family for at least 1 year to pursue that reunification, unless I think the legislature passed a bill last year that said if there's really no possibility of that reunification, they can start looking earlier. But typically they need to look at reunification for 1 year. What we know as far as teenagers go, we know that once they enter residential placements in particular, they stay there for a long time, typically more than 6 months, often more than 3 years.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I just, as I'm looking at the bill, lines 9 to 14 talk about if a child is already receiving benefits. And then it says, the department shall identify in consultation with the child and the child's representative, a representative payee in accordance with 20 CFR 404, et cetera, and shall apply to become the representative only if no other suitable candidate is available. I guess my question is, how is what are the guidelines for the department, or I would say maybe the court, in deciding whether or not the current representative payee is quote unquote suitable under this? Because based on the presentation, my assumption was we're going to let the parent who's currently collecting it continue to collect it unless there's some extraordinary circumstances. But as I'm reading this, now I'm wondering, how do we, if this passed, how does the division know who's appropriate and suitable, and at what point did they then apply?
Yeah, so typically the child enters with Social Security benefits, and Social Security has already made the determination about whether or not the parent is suitable. So I think what this gets to is, if the child already has a representative, the department will talk to them to determine whether or not they continue to be willing to act as the child's representative payee, even though the child is no longer living in their home. Without having spoken to the sponsor about it, I'm not sure that's what this means. But if it was patterned on another bill, my guess is that that's what this means. And then if the child is going in and they're identified as potentially eligible for Social Security benefits and does not currently have a representative payee, I think that's what this means by a child's representative. In line 11, it says with the child and the child's representative. So I think that would refer to a child who is not yet receiving Social Security benefits, and the department would talk to that representative, probably the parent, maybe a guardian, to determine who should apply to become the child's representative payee. And that the department should only do it if nobody else who is suitable is available. But like I said, Social Security has a formula to determine who is a suitable representative payee based on the relationship with the child, the knowledge about the child, the knowledge of the current and foreseeable needs, and then the custody and proximity relationship.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up.
Yeah, follow.
So I guess I'm still stuck on the suitability question, because what I'm envisioning in my mind is a situation where the child is removed because of, say, I don't know, sexual abuse or extreme violence, or, the murder of another child in the home. At what point does the division say, well, this person is no longer suitable to manage the, monetary best interests of this child because they aren't suitable to manage the other best interests of this child? And so I'm curious about how we navigate that, and how we make sure that the bill does what it's intended to do, which is to make sure that people aren't becoming, indigent because their kid went to foster care.
I completely understand that. So I think if the person is not acting in the best interest of the child, my hope is that Social Security would not sanction them as the person who's appropriate to be the representative payee. But there may be somebody else in their life, maybe a grandmother who is close. Like, who are they? In my mind, the most practical solution would be if they're not seeking to reunify with, say, a sexually abusive parent, because that would be harmful to the child. Who are they seeking to reunify with? And does that person already maintain a close relationship with them, have knowledge of their needs, and be able to use these funds in their best interest? Now, if nobody is available, I think that's when the department would step in and potentially become the representative payee. And that's where other portions of the bill mandate how they use that money, not to reimburse themselves, but to make sure that the child's needs that aren't being funded through, just as a matter of course, do they need some shampoo? Do they need, something for sports? Do they need basketball shoes? Like, what do they need? And then to the extent that their needs are met, to conserve that money up to the resource limit so that they can have it and don't leave custody with lint in their pocket and no way to transition to adulthood.
Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. Now, those of you who have filled out pink cards know that besides putting your name, you put your address. So now the chair recognizes John Williams, Esquire, from the Brown Building.
And Chairman, my apologies. Earlier today, I at least got in the 129 Pleasant Street. And we also have with us Director Jeff Fleischer, who will be joining me at the table. I just wanted to start off by thanking the prime sponsor for HB 1598, Representative Mary Jane Wallner. She actually took the time and courtesy during the time of the LSR filing period and prior to the sign-off to really actively engage the department in a conversation around this bill. And the work product that you see before you represents her earnest desire to creating really good policy here in New Hampshire, as well as taking into account from the department the mechanics of how we would go about doing it. I actually, even though I am an active member of the bar, my current role is legislative in nature, and I really do appreciate also the attorney Michelle Rangren from the New Hampshire Legal Assistance, because I think she provides you with a really good overview over the mechanics behind the bill. So with that said, we do understand and appreciate the good works of what this is trying to accomplish, because currently those benefits that you have, like the SSI, the Social Security for the disabled that the New Hampshire Legal Assistance was referring to, currently when we receive those funds, they are deposited back into the general funds as opposed to being put into a trust account on behalf of that child. So when, let's say, they do emancipate or age out, there could be some funds out there to support, kids in the future. And I think that's at least part of the goals. Also, the immediate needs of disbursement, as was described earlier to you, would be one of the goals. Timing is everything in life, isn't it? And we received this past session 160 plus fiscal note worksheet requests from the LBA. I'm proud to represent to this committee. We have turned in all but about 7 of them so far, well over 150. The LBA has been working so hard to catch up with the fiscal analysis on bills that it is happening so rapidly that by the time your bills were printed out, they magically, about an hour or two later, actually published. So if you go online, you can actually see the fiscal analysis of this legislation. I did bring copies of the fiscal analysis that I will leave after our testimony with you just for background information. But we will need, just like the bill that I had had the opportunity to chat with you folks before the lunch break, this is going to require the collaboration of work with the Division 3 as it relates to funding. This is a very laudable goal that is trying to be achieved by this bill. However, it does come with mechanics that are different in nature and kind in New Hampshire. In other words, we have to be very thoughtful in how these funds are administered. In other words, you have to treat it very much like you would in a guardianship action, that if you're trusted with individuals' funds, you have to account for those funds, you have to report out. And those are the pieces that the department would be required to doing as part of their work as well. So when you do see the fiscal note, it will, at first reaction, the price sticker shock, whether it's a used car nowadays, or I'm sorry, pre-owned car, or a new car, it is a dollar amount that we do need to reconcile and working, if this bill is to proceed forward, to giving the department the resources of doing this. Because in addition to the accounting, there would be a need for not only with the director's staff, Director Fleischers at TCOF, but also with our legal folks. We've identified that the attorneys would need to be involved in terms of helping to maintain these funds during the course of the time that we'd be managing those funds. We did work with a couple of really wonderful attorneys. One was attorney Janelle Lalasian. I want to give a call out to Janelle. She's a department attorney who was the first law clerk in the New Hampshire Probate Court back in the 90s, and we have her now. And so she helped with the language of this bill, as well as attorney Lori Young, who also has a background. She worked with the Office of Public Guardian, and she would have loved listening to Michelle's testimony, because it was exactly, I think, what Lori's would have been in recognizing the current state of things. So with that, I am not a Social Security expert in any means, but I do know that those who are experts were the ones who helped us put together this bill, and I'm confident that the bill as currently drafted is really good. But if I draw your attention to page 2, line 25, Representative Wallner was gracious enough to give us language so that we have in there the appropriation language. $1, although it will get you 1 hour parking outside of here, unless you have a legislative parking permit, which you still have to walk a long ways, but you'll get a new parking garage over here soon, won't get us to where we need to go. So that will be a conversation that will need to be had working with Division 3. I see that we have Representative Mooney also in the audience. She was here, and she serves on Division 3. So that cross-pollination between your committee and that committee is very critical for this to be a successful piece of legislation. So with that, I will turn it over to Director Fleischer, because he will be brilliant and much more brief, I'm sure.
I don't know about brilliant, but brief. Thank you, John. Yeah, when Representative Warner approached me with this bill, I was very excited about it, and we're certainly in full support of it. And but it does come with a cost. So, I mean, that's all I'll say now. But it's a brilliant bill, definitely needed. We're trying to get all the resources to strengthen families as we possibly can, and to prepare kids for when they do leave foster care as well. So, any dollar that could go towards strengthening a family, a resource for family, a resource for a kid that's been in care for many years, is what we're all about, and we really want to push that going forward.
Any questions? Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I agree wholeheartedly that children who become adults and who are aging out of this system really need to have more special attention paid to them, because they're really at a disadvantage. Twofold problem. I know that we've talked about ad nauseum, is that it's not only setting them up personally for failure in a lot of ways, right? We're not preparing them for adulthood, but also isn't it true that we may need to pay for services for those specific individuals in all different ways, where we may not have if they were able to use these funds and set themselves up on a better, easier, healthier path to adulthood?
Yeah, I think we need both. I think, we're working very hard to provide funding, housing, for example, tuition, driving lessons and licenses, etc., for kids after they turn 18 or move out of our system. And this would be an added resource to help prepare not only the young person, but whoever they move in with. And usually it's family.
Just a short follow-up. In the preparation that you were talking about, is there any sort of finance piece that might go to that? Because just as any young person suddenly having a windfall, whether it's $5,000 or $10,000 or $1,000, guidance on how to what's the smartest way to spend this money to set yourself up for a better future is that something that would happen, or a plan that you would think you would
Yeah.
create
I
a
mean,
program for?
Yeah, we have an adolescent unit who's run by Rob Rodler, who's amazing. Been with DCYF for many years and is an expert in adolescence and helping kids graduate from care into the real world. So there's an array of services that we can offer. We get a lot of federal funding. For example, we call it the HOPE program. And part of that, there's another bill that floated earlier for financial literacy. And I think that's something that we're also very in favor of as well in trying to do. Opening bank accounts, helping people to plan and budget their monies and things like that. So we do have staff and programs that help young people, especially older, aging out, as they say, transition young people. So we have both services and some resources like Section 8 and tuition reimbursements.
Thank you for answering my question.
Anyone else? Representative McMahon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may, to the appropriate authority here on this question, is upon the establishment that the child is in the care of the department, i.e. custody or guardianship.
What page, what line are you reading from?
This is page 2, 19 and 20.
Thank you.
So, yes, pardon me, Mr. Chairman, I should have said that.
It's all right.
And then I correlate that statement on page 1 to line 4, that this is for all children in the care of the department. And then line 9 saying that if they're already receiving benefits. Does this state that it happens in both silos? In one case that the child is being cared, is in a care location, and that there's a change that's taking place where they become by label a foster child, and then the state takes over, as in on page 2, 19 and 20, and then it's also including a placement of this child.
Chairman Pearson, in response to Representative McMahon's question, when it refers to all children, it's talking about placement not only with foster care, but there's other types of placement with children receiving services that are out-of-home placement, which you're very familiar with in your work. So it would be a much larger universe than the foster children. By way of some statistics, earlier today, we did testify on the financial literacy providing legal authority here in New Hampshire for children to be able to have who are in foster care or other placements to opening bank accounts. That the stats that were discussed then were 2,000 children at point in time back in spring of 2023, just last year, we had in placement with foster care, of which 16 or older, which is what this other bill we were on earlier today, there are 400 kids that would have been able to avail themselves. It gives you an idea of the universe of what you'd be dealing with around foster care, but that's not the entire universe, because it would also include other placements within the agency, or through the agency and through the courts.
One follow-up, Mr. Chairman?
Follow-up.
Thank you. Specific to the clients, if you will, that you're referring to, do we not know this amount of how many individuals would need this care, so that the amount of funding for the fiscal note would be appropriate to meet those needs?
My understanding is that this legislation is designed not to leave any child behind, so that the agency would be responsible to reviewing for all children in its care and placement for the benefits under this bill.
And there's a number by name with a number of how many individuals would have this benefit provided and de facto guaranteed, so that they're not left alone waiting for an approval.
Yeah, and certainly that's information that we provided as part of our fiscal analysis, and whether or not it's reflected in the fiscal note worksheet, even though I've read the bill, I've just skimmed over our worksheet because it was just published. Or I shouldn't say mine, it's the LBA's, it's not our fiscal note, but our financial analysis went into that. Clearly, if this bill clears the policy committee, when you've already heard from the director and myself that we acknowledge that this is very good works on behalf of Representative Wallner and her legislation, there is going to be a need for a very thoughtful discussion in the the finance area, because there are fiscal implications around this bill that do need to be resolved and discussed for an appropriate amount for resources, as well as perhaps the issue. Well, I'll leave it at that. There's some complicating matters that just need to be resolved financially.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen. Would this not create inconsistent amounts of money for the child that ages out to receive when they age out because of the amount of time that they're in, which means the amount of money they would have going into the trust account? So in other words, one child might get a certain amount because they were in the system for 2 months. Another child would get another amount because they were in the system for 6 months. That sound correct?
Yeah, it would be individual.
Yeah, it'd certainly be on an individualized basis around it. Currently, those children are receiving $0. So I would imagine I think the goal of the bill here is to provide those resources that they're entitled to through the Social Security Administration. And also, you'll note that also Veterans Affairs funding as well is recognized in this legislation, that would be safeguarded for those children, whether or not for ongoing expenses during their care or upon their exiting care from the system.
That was a long-winded yes. Thank you.
Representative Raymond.
Thank you. So do we have any idea of how many kids would end up, roughly, obviously, how many kids do we anticipate are going to end up needing the state to create these accounts for them versus how many have a trusted, appropriate adult who would be the one to be the rep payee? Because I mean, I would imagine that, some mom or dad would still be able to be getting that income, but others perhaps aren't going to be appropriate.
It would be individualized, yeah. Yeah, I think the number we're actually, I think, collecting $500,000 a year in Social Security benefits that we then use on behalf of the kids in placement.
Yep.
So this would change that, which is, we agree with. But that gives you an idea of numbers. It's about $500,000 a year that going to us now to provide services for the kids that could be going directly to the kids and families on an individualized basis.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no hands up, thank you. And we're looking for your handout, which is the fiscal analysis, is it?
That is correct.
And I'd like the committee to be thinking, are we ready to go forward on execing this or not? So think about it, and think about it as the analysis sheets are being passed around. Take a look at this, because within about a minute, we're going to decide whether we want to go forward with this at this time or wait for 2 or 3 weeks.
we were talking at lunch, and we were wondering if we could vote on 1425.
Yeah, let's deal with this, but thank you. I'll put it back here. 1420. 1420. Okay, are we ready to take a straw poll as to whether you think we are ready to vote on this bill before us presently or not? Thumbs up or down? Up, 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 down. Close enough.
This bill here, you mean?
The one we're just talking about.
Yeah.
Now, what? Not yet. Wait. Remember, all the fiscal stuff will be dealt with in Division 3. Not that fiscal doesn't matter to us, but we're primarily policy, and there may not be the money this year, so this may be aspirational for another budget. But so again, thumbs up. I saw thumbs this away. I see thumbs. I don't see thumbs. We sort of ran out of thumbs here. Getting better. Up or down? I see enough to proceed to dealing with this bill right now. So therefore, I close the hearing on House Bill 1598, and I open the exec session on House Bill 1598, and the chair will entertain a motion. Representative Ball. Your motion.
I would make a motion to OTP.
OTP, moved by Ball. I would like a Democrat for a second. Representative Perez, thank you. Any further discussion? Was that? You may have a discuss.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just feel that this is the wrong way to go about it. These Social Security benefits to children are for their support. It's not for a savings account to be used after their age of majority, of which they can go, yes, get that apartment, or they can go get some drugs. But they get whatever they want. It's to help support the child. That's what it's for. So to say that we don't want the state to get paid is wrong for their reimbursement, because they need to collect child support too. And it's just think, if we hand the money over to the child when they come to age of majority, the neighbor, someone down the street is going to say, well, how come I don't give money to give to my children? I used all mine up to support the children. So it's wrong in that respect. If we did a stipend for every child in the state after they age out, well, that would be fair. But this isn't fair to the public. Thank you.
Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I actually agree with Representative Bickford about the money being for the support of the child. That's the purpose of it. But I can tell you that when I worked for DCYF here in New Hampshire and when I worked for Child Protective in New York, I had families who needed that SSI or SSDI payment in order to pay their rent. And the most heartbreaking thing is when you are working with a family who cannot support the child in their home for a variety of reasons, maybe, because of abuse or neglect or some other struggle. And then you're working with the parent to correct their parenting challenges, but they lose their home because they've lost the income that they needed. And so now the parent is doing what they need to do. They're taking the classes, they're going to treatment, they're doing their parenting time with their child, but the kid can't be reunified because they have no place to live. And we can't send kids back to someone who's homeless. And I've seen it more times than I can count on my fingers. And it still breaks my heart. And I've been out of the field for 10 years now. So for me, I'm going to support it because based on the questions I was asking earlier, my hope, cross my fingers, is that the bulk of this money would be staying with the current rep payee or another appropriate rep payee that would help these families not become homeless. And given our current housing crisis, the idea that we might be responsible for someone becoming homeless while they're trying to correct the parenting mistakes that led to their child going out of the house, it breaks my heart. So that's where my support comes from. My hope is that we won't have very many of these accounts because kids will have an adult who can take them back.
Any further discussion? Representative Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to speak. I'm voting in support of this bill because as someone who volunteered within New Hampshire Family Services, I know many families struggle, and I think we're moving in the right direction by passing this bill. So that's why I'm supporting the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing nothing further, when the clerk is ready, the motion is ought to pass on House Bill 1598 FNA, clarifies DHHS obligations. And it was moved by Representative Ball and seconded by Representative Perez. The clerk may call the roll, please.
Chairman Pearson,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Long,
Yes.
Representative DeSimone,
Yes.
Representative Bickford,
No.
Representative Nelson,
Yes.
Representative McMahon,
Yes.
Representative Ball, yes. Representative Panic,
Yes.
Representative Seidel,
Yes.
Representative Grossman,
Yes.
Representative Levesque and Petrino are not here. Representative Perez,
Yes.
Representative Gregg,
Yes.
Representative Moulton is not here. Representative Raymond,
Yes.
and that is 12 yeas and 0 nays.
I see one nay.
I'm sorry,
12 to 1.
I'm
So
sorry.
the motion carries 12 to 1. If I were a senior, this would be a senior moment, so I guess I'm having a middle-aged moment. That can this go on consent even though it's going to a second committee? Okay, thank you, everyone.
Appreciate it. So what was the vote?
12 to 1. 12 to 1. 12 to 1. 12 to 1.
Okay.
Want a different vote?
Folding up.
Well, Bickford voted no, so it can't be. Okay, this ends the, what? 12 to 1. Yeah, like just. This closes the exec session on 1598, and now I open the hearing on House Bill 1590, training regarding child abuse and neglect for licensed physicians, advanced practice nurses, and physician assistants. And I'm talking slow to get the prime sponsor to the table, Representative Long. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Long, representing Hillsborough District 23, Manchester. House Bill 1590 was brought forward through, currently there's training regarding child abuse and neglect. And what they're noticing is that there aren't a lot of upper level medical providers that are taking that training for one obvious reason is time constraint. And being transparent, also they're speaking with a few of the proponents of this. They did have some amendments that they would like to look at. I didn't want to bring those in now so that I could hear all the testimony and make sure we have everything covered. I think it's important to have training in identifying abuse and neglect. There are some facilities, there are some organizations that mandate it, and there are others that don't. They just ask people to take it at their time. There is an online module that you could follow in order to get this training. So I ask that the committee look at this and help us in being assured that all pertinent people that see the children on a regular basis have this training in order to identify abuse and neglect.
Thank you. Would you take questions? Would you defer
Sure.
to?
I'll
Go for it.
I'll defer.
Okay.
Ms. Gladstone, actually, I believe she has a card there.
Several
Dr.
very
Gladstone.
knowledgeable people in this advocate who is a social worker and not a lawyer.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Child and Family Law Committee. For the record, my name is Cassandra Sanchez. I am the child advocate for the state of New Hampshire. I am here today in support of House Bill 1590, and I wanted to share with you an experience that my office had in reviewing some cases involving abuse and neglect of young babies over this past year. So starting between February and June 2023, the Office of the Child Advocate identified 9 cases of non-ambulatory babies that presented to emergency departments with broken bones. After finding these cases and working with the medical community, it was determined that 2 of these cases, the babies had been brought to their pediatrician prior to arriving to an emergency department. One of them had been seen by an emergency room doctor before being seen by a pediatric specialist in child abuse and neglect, whom all those 3, the 2 pediatricians and the initial ED doctor, none of them called in abuse and neglect to DCYF for these babies. And in each of these cases, the babies had multiple broken bones, not just one, many of them 6 or more ribs. In the work that we did, we worked very closely with DCYF, who worked very quickly to try to gather medical records, work with the hospital that did ultimately file, and act protectively and file in court. In some of these cases, because of the initial doctor visit, they were not successful in court, and ultimately the children were returned to the home of the parents, which it was unclear who the perpetrator was, but it was known in all of these cases that the 2 parents were the primary caregivers of the children when these injuries occurred. Given the large amount of these that occurred in such a short period of time, the Office of the Child Advocate held what we call our system review mappings. And so what we do with the mappings are we present pre-interviews with folks that have been involved in some of these cases, and then we bring together professionals in the field, staff from DCYF. These also included medical professionals and law enforcement in the specific mapping that we did in August 2023. And the hope of this mapping was to come up with some recommendations to ensure further protections of these types of cases in the future. What we learned during the mapping was that training for medical professionals was not always mandated and was a current need that exists. There is also some other legislation that you will see this session that also stem from this. There's 2 Senate bills, Senate Bill 459 that focuses on the presumption of harm with babies with broken bones, as well as Senate Bill 472, which talks about the multidisciplinary team and looking for a study committee to ensure that those teams can communicate and share documents fluidly to ensure the safety of children. And so those, along with this House bill, would help address the issues on cases like these. We know these are just a handful of the cases that come across DCYF or don't. If the initial medical professionals don't recognize abuse and neglect. And so we are truly hoping that this training can be mandated so that all providers who are oftentimes the first contact for children who have serious injuries are trained and are able to recognize these injuries and call into the agency so they can act protectively. I am open to any questions. Thank you.
Representative Raymond.
Thank you. Thank you for, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So 100 years ago when I worked for DCYF, it was the DCYF workers who were going out and talking to the doctor's offices and stuff. Who does the training now?
There is the No and Chill training, which is hosted by the New Hampshire Alliance. I'm sorry, I'm going to be blanking on their acronym right now, which is available and is voluntary training. I do know in working with DCYF that they do have staff that does continue to meet with the medical community as well, again, on a voluntary basis. So a lot of the hospitals are open to inviting in DCYF to do those trainings, to talk about what they're seeing in the field. And my office as well has been called in to some professional groups to talk about what we're seeing in the field of abuse and neglect. But because none of those are mandated, it's who has the time and the interest to call in those.
Follow up. Do you know what other states are doing? Is there like a medical association or some, agency that would provide these type of training for, for example, doctors. It's hard for a social worker with a bachelor's or a master's to tell a doctor what to look for sometimes. Are there, certified groups or licensed groups that do it?
Well, I can speak from my background in working in Massachusetts, and in Massachusetts, doctors are considered mandated reporters, and so they are required to take the mandated reporter training and stay up to date on the mandated reporter training. And so that is something that was required there, that anybody who is considered a mandated reporter, which would be all professional level, including doctors, would take, and then they could outreach the agency for additional supports, but they at minimum were getting that training, and it was required.
Thank you.
Yes.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for speaking to this. Bill, I just had I'm sorry, this really hit me, so just give me a second to remember my question. Regarding the training, who decides what's acceptable training? For example, somebody might say, oh, I'm taking this online training course, but who is actually going to say that's an acceptable level of information that's given? Like, who is going to be in charge of deciding what's acceptable training? And also, who else is going to be in charge of keeping the records of people who are required to take these trainings?
That is a great question. I do not have the answer to that question,
Thank
so I'm
you.
going to defer
Okay,
to the
thank-
medical professionals.
Of those
Thank
of
you.
you who have signed up on pink cards, the first one who knows the answer, please say so. Thank you. Representative Panic.
Thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to ask my question, and thank you for taking my question. I had a professional license, and we were required to do CEU hours. We'd have to have 12 CEU hours every 2 years. Why are you asking to have this renewed every 2 years?
I don't have the specifics as to why it was requested every 2 years. I am in support of the request for every 2 years because it is important to stay up to date. Information changes on child abuse and neglect. That's something that my office spends a lot of time being trained on ourselves to ensure that we are constantly in the know. And so being updated every 2 years would ensure that as research changes, as information changes, they would get those updates as well.
Follow up.
Okay, thank you. I see that in the budget, all right, the first year is going to cost $25,000. The second year it doubles. I don't understand why it would double in 1 year. Just looking for the explanation.
I would have to defer that question as well. I'm not sure the budgeting amount.
Anyone
you.
else? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Dr. Gwendolyn Gladstone. You may. That would be a paradox. No one listened to that?
I did get that.
Thank you. Turn on the mic, please. Thank you.
My name is Gwendolyn Gladstone. This is my colleague, Dr. Resmia Oral. I'm a retired child abuse pediatrician. We have evaluated thousands of New Hampshire children with concerns for abuse and neglect. We're here to describe a pervasive problem in New Hampshire that endangers children who've been victimized by maltreatment.
Thank you, Wendy. Good afternoon. My name is Resmi Oral. I'm the medical director of the Child Advocacy and Protection Program at Dartmouth for the last 5 years. In my career and tenure at Dartmouth, I have seen many children who presented to medical providers, either in primary care setting or emergency rooms, with all the signs and symptoms of child abuse and neglect, but their diagnosis and recognition of child abuse was sorely missed, as a result of which they were injured and harmed and suffered from pain. I would like to give you a couple of examples. For instance, a 4-month-old infant had 12 visits to their New Hampshire primary care provider since 1 month of age for failure to gain weight, repeated bruising, signs of head and mouth injury, and rectal bleeding. At least on 4 of those visits, there were very concerning complaints from the parent and findings that the primary care provider documented, but they still failed to file a report with DCYF and simply accepted the implausible explanations provided by the caretakers. Thus, the opportunities to report to DCYF were sorely missed, and eventually the infant at 4 months of age presented to an emergency room with malnutrition, diarrhea, 1/3 of the tongue torn from the bottom of the mouth, from the floor of the mouth that required surgery, and a severe gum laceration. And the infant is now 17 months of age in foster care with injuries to the mouth that will affect dental health, and with all the pain that they suffered for 4 months of duration, we expect that there will be long-term mental health and physical health difficulties for this child. This is a good example of how the lack of recognition of obvious signs of abuse and neglect and failure to engage DCYF result in escalation of injury and ongoing suffering for the child, which may cause lifelong difficulties. Cases like this are unfortunately very common, just as the previous speaker relayed. This is because healthcare providers don't consistently recognize signs of abuse and neglect, or they inadequately address concerns for possible maltreatment with incomplete evaluations, or they don't report suspected abuse and neglect to DCYF at all. I would like to share with you another case example. And with both of these cases, I personally was involved, I would like to let you know. A 5-month-old infant was seen at an emergency room in New Hampshire because of bruises on their back. The child's caretaker attributed these to someone else that was present in the home previously. An incomplete medical evaluation was done by the emergency room doctor, even though at such young age, such unexplained bruising represent sentinel injuries that should trigger a DCYF evaluation and all caretakers of the child to be considered suspect perpetrators. This was not done, and the emergency room physician accepted the explanations as fact, and the child was returned to their caretaker, only to return to an intensive care unit with severe abusive head trauma findings before DCYF was able to get into the house. At 4 years of age now, this child is living with severe and permanent developmental impairment. They are bedbound, tube-fed, blind, and dealing with a seizure disorder. This is another good example of how incomplete workup by a physician and acceptance of the caretaker's blame of someone else to account for a very young infant's injuries may result in failure to protect the child. This child's previous bruising injuries would have healed perfectly fine had this child not been returned to the concerning environment in their household and avoided the devastating outcome they are now living with. These are only 2 of many cases I encountered in New Hampshire. Some of them died, Some of them survived, like the second case, with major handicaps, and some of them suffered pain with residual physical and mental health problems. And all of these outcomes can be avoided if we are able to train our medical providers, who are the ones to recognize child abuse and neglect when these children present to their clinics or emergency rooms. And that is why I'm here to ask you to take that step along with my colleague, Wendy Gladstone, to help the legislature pass House Bill 1590 so that our state's child health care providers complete a recognized and accredited course every 2 years. This would mean we put children's well-being first. Thank you.
Any questions for the doctors? Representative Grossman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for being here to do such important work. Really appreciate this. My question is, currently in medical school right now, is there any training related to child abuse and neglect? And I ask this question coming from a parent with a child with autism who 15 years ago was misdiagnosed because the training wasn't quite there yet the way it is now. We also know child abuse and neglect education and training has come a long way into terms of educating our community. So in medical school, is there any, and that may be 20 years behind, but is there any training?
There is, but it is only a few hours long, only to create an awareness of, oh, children are abused even in their homes, but no skill set is provided to either medical students or residents in any specialty that they do in pediatrics. As a result, even a specialty trained physician, when they start working as a pediatrician, they don't have full understanding of how to recognize child abuse and neglect, nor do they know specifically how child protection system works and what mandatory reporting really means in New Hampshire. But Dr. Gladstone may say more.
Yes, there already is training. Part of schooling is required by the Council on Medical Education. It's required as part of training, whether you're a resident in pediatrics or family practice or advanced practice nurse or PA, physician assistant. As Dr. Arel pointed out, part of the purpose of this education is to provide medical caregivers with specific skills. How do I talk to a child who makes a disclosure during a physical exam? How do I talk to a parent? I've been taking care of their kids for years, and suddenly I have to say I'm concerned someone's mistreating their child, and I'm going to report that to child protection agencies. So these are skill sets that are not typically taught early on. They're not part of the annual education that hospitals require their employees to take. We also included in our recommendations that providers learn the specific laws in New Hampshire that are important to know, such as we have a religious exemption in New Hampshire. Most providers get their education and training in other states before they come to work here. They need to learn how things go in New Hampshire.
I would like to ask the doctor who made the assertion that this is not being done in medical schools. How many medical schools are you specifically aware of? I am part-time CEO of a medical facility, and I have people, physicians and nurse practitioners who have been trained in various places. And I think you made a broad generalization.
Correct. And that knowledge comes from multiple medical schools that I had professional experience in. And I know what residency programs require. They are so packed with mandatory training sections for residents and for medical students as well. Child abuse and neglect is learned by medical students and residents only if they elect
to do a child abuse rotation as they do in my hospital, as they did at other couple of universities that I worked at. And I have no reason to doubt that it is any different in other medical students. And another point that I would like to make, I don't know if this question is going to come up or not, but most major hospitals do have a mandatory training for orientation purposes when any employee starts to work in that particular facility, but those trainings are very limited to simply to remind the employees that they are mandatory reporters. They need to file a report with DCYF when they recognize child abuse and neglect, and it stops there. So
Okay,
there's
we
no
are going to
skill
need to
building.
move on. We are repeating ourselves, and we have several other people I do wish to hear from. So, all right, Representative Raymond.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have the same question as before. Is there an accredited group, agency, whatever, that does this training so that if we were to pass this legislation, hospitals and doctors' offices could say, okay, that's the provider, that's where I go so that I can be in compliance?
Would you like to?
Yes. There is currently a voluntary accredited program in New Hampshire that is specifically designed for healthcare providers and specifically addresses all the components we've discussed here. It's 3 hours long. And there was a mention of a proposed amendment to change the language of this legislation from 2 to 3 hours. The importance is that whatever training is received is accredited, meaning it's evidence-based on scientific principles, and that it's recognized, meaning that it's understood that the materials covered address these specific problems that we've identified, which is recognition, evaluation, reporting, and understanding the laws in New Hampshire.
I may have missed it, but what was the name of this organization who does this?
The Granite State Children's Alliance, which is the parent company for the network of child advocacy centers in New Hampshire. They were unable to come today, but we have a letter from them of support in this bill.
Thank you. And other doctor, I will need you to fill out a pink card, please, for the clerk's record.
I did already.
Okay, thank you. All right, Representative Nelson.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I asked this question before. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to answer this, but who is going to keep track of all of these medical professionals to make sure they're in compliance with this?
The bill states that any provider seeing children in New Hampshire who's a physician, advanced practice nurse, or physician's assistant will have this training be supervised or counted by their employee. We didn't tie it to licensure because you can come to New Hampshire and practice under, for example, a nursing license that you got in another state. And so if you already have that license, you don't have to get additional licensure in New Hampshire. So we thought that if we tied it to licensure, we would miss all those people. That's why it's related to the employer, not the licensing bureau.
Follow up.
I think this is great, and I don't want you to think that I'm knocking the bill. I'm just a little bit stuck on, and thank you for answering that, but I'm just still a little stuck on how are we going to how do we make the employers, the hospitals, the practices accountable to making sure their people are complying with this? Is there a reporting system to somewhere in HHS or?
It is actually quite easily doable. because at least my hospital, and I suspect every hospital in New Hampshire, has an orientation training program for every new employee. And we also have learning modules that we have to repeat every so often, every year, every 2 years, etc. So this training can be integrated into the orientation training and learning modules at every hospital in New Hampshire to start with, at least to train everybody working for a hospital, and then we may reassess the situation. That is my approach. And another question that was asked was about CME situation. Every medical provider in New Hampshire is mandated to complete 100 credit hours of training to obtain CMEs every 2 years to renew their licenses. And this training may be integrated into that mandate without our involvement at all and without adding extra burden on medical providers. And as a result, people may not only obtain CMEs toward their licensure, but also get trained every 2 years and be updated with renewed information and changing evidence base.
Representative Panic.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So you're saying that every 2 years, the physicians and nurses who need to renew their professional licensing will have this mandated program, and would that be overseen by the Licensing Bureau?
The licensing bureau is not specifically mentioned in the bill. It is understood that it would be a condition for employment, so that when a person joins, for example, a hospital staff, as Dr. Oral has explained, part of their orientation requirement would be to take this training, and that recertification would be required every 2 years.
Okay, I think I'm a little confused. No.
That's all right. We have other people coming
Okay,
to testify.
all right.
I want to give them
Let
a
me
chance.
explain, but that training as part of orientation and employment can be used toward licensure to make providers' life easier.
All right, I'm going to thank these people for testifying because we have some other folks who have some very impressive credentials here as well. And the chair would like to recognize, I saw him, Director Fleischer. Did he step out? He's hiding. He's hiding in the back. There he is.
Yeah, very briefly, when Cassandra Sanchez of OCA approached me with this and highlighted this situation, it was appalling, it was amazing, and that in this day and age, this thing could happen. So just here to say DCYF is in full support of this bill. We'll do everything that we can to help implement it and play our role. And just wanted to go on record saying that full support and cooperative, and we'll do our part.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Chair recognizes Ben Bradley from the New Hampshire Hospital Association, who is the worthy successor to Paula Minahan, who's now in retirement sailing the southern seas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, my name is Ben Bradley. I'm the Vice President of State Government Relations for the New Hampshire Hospital Association, representing all 26 of the state's community hospitals as well as our specialty hospitals. Our providers take their obligation, and our hospitals take their obligation to report any suspicion of child abuse or neglect very seriously. Hospitals require training in child abuse and neglect for all their staff upon hire and at least annually. New Hampshire law requires any person, not just providers, but any person who suspects that a child under the age of 18 has been abused or neglected must report that suspicion immediately to DCYF. We agree that healthcare providers are in a unique position to identify children who have been abused or neglected and support the programs that our members offer to help educate providers on reporting child abuse and neglect. We do have a few questions for the committee's consideration on this bill, and Representative Nelson, I appreciate you bringing those forward, particularly as it relates to the line 15 of the bill, where it states recognized and accredited training. We just ask the committee to consider what constitutes this recognized and accredited training and what authority determines the qualifications of that recognized and accredited training. Additionally, the bill cites on line 13 all entities, licensed physicians, advanced practice nurses, or physician assistants provide the training. We just ask the committee to question whether this captures all providers that you have listed, or whether the employee education mandate only applies to some providers and not others, depending on their work arrangements. Again, we are very supportive of ensuring our hospitals and providers report on child neglect and abuse. And thank you for the opportunity to share our feedback on this important issue. I'd be happy to take your questions.
Mr. Bradley, going back to that point on line 13, all entities employing, I'm one of those, but I also know that there's standalone, still in this day, standalone family practice physicians and increasingly standalone nurse practitioners, advanced practice, who are their own employer. And are you suggesting that perhaps line 13 may be addressing those folks that we're not capturing, or we couldn't?
That's my question, Mr. Chairman. Yes, thank you.
Good, thank you. Representative Grossman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what I heard was that we're ensuring that the hospitals are reporting, but what about the training? So we all want to ensure that reporting is happening, but what we've learned is that there isn't the proper training happening to identify. And so what's currently in practice right now that is providing training? We all know that we're mandated reporters, but currently right now, what's in place?
Well, as I mentioned in our testimony, our hospitals do require training in this child abuse and neglect upon hire and annually. So I feel hospitals do cover that training. And actually in the preamble of the bill, it talks about voluntary training that's available, publicly available for providers, but notes that few participate in it. That may be because hospitals use their own mechanisms to provide this training versus what's the public voluntary training.
Let me follow up on that by asking the question, there's training in this training. And there could be training to be aware that such a thing as child abuse occurs. There could be more thorough training that shows what to look for. How do you respond when you see a child continually be readmitted? That could be it's a 9-year-old boy who likes to climb and fall out of, or it could be abuse. So to what degree is the hospital training for new hires and annually? How far do you go?
My understanding is that training is very comprehensive. It provides for not only recognizing, but also how to report. But I'm happy to get you additional information.
I would love
from
that.
from our members.
I'd love you to be able to show us what the training, even if we could have an outline of the trainer's script or something, that would be wonderful if you could do that for us.
I'll see what I can find.
Thank you. Representative DeSimone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. You've said that hospitals provide the training. My first part of my question is it a specific accredited training, or is it a training that the hospitals bring together all by themselves?
I will look into it, but my understanding is that it is, a appropriate and accredited or recognized training for providers. And
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you for that answer. Just as a follow-up, I know that in order for an employee, and currently according to this, the training is voluntary. But I know that for an employee to maintain employment with any agency, whether it be dealing with children or not, they have to fulfill a sex harassment course. I find it shocking that all entities who employ people who deal with children under the age of 18 don't have to it isn't a demand that they go through this training. Do you feel that the hospitals will be more consistent if this bill were to pass?
I think from what I understand from our members and the information I've gathered, they are consistent in requiring this training for their members or for their employees, as I noted in my testimony, upon hire and annually.
One final. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So they're fairly consistent is what you said?
Representative, my understanding is these our members provide upon hire and annually training on child abuse and neglect. All I'm asking is if there could be some consideration for clarity in the bill on what constitutes accredited and recognized for training, maybe something worth the committee's consideration, and how the bill approaches who falls under the requirements, as it states all entities employing.
So with that, you would be in support of this bill?
I just need clarity. I need I think we are very supportive of ensuring that there is training for these providers on child neglect and abuse. And I think that some clarity around these questions would be helpful for our additional support on this bill.
Thank you.
I want to pick up on what I'm sensing is one of your points, and if it isn't, I'm going to round it out anyway, that I have seen training that was accredited by a recognized accreditation bureau be less than a training program that was not accredited for any number of legitimate reasons, but it was far superior. So the question of accredited and, the buzz phrase we throw around now, evidence-based, which to me is shorthand for don't answer anything else, I've played trump cards now. I would like to know what your program is, what it consists of. I think it would be very helpful for me to know what our hospitals are doing in this. And if you to provide that, I'd appreciate it.
Understood.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Bradley? Seeing nothing, thank you so much, and welcome to the hot seat. I have a card and I cannot quite read the writing, but I do recognize the zip code. So would the card writer from Atkinson, New Hampshire, please come up?
Well, this is on another bill, I think.
This is, boy, I've been doing that all day. But nice to meet you, sir, and we'll see you again real soon.
Okay, thank you.
With that, I have no more cards on this unless something got lost. Okay. Okay, the confusion is it's in the same handwriting and it says Dartmouth Health Children's to both people. And you can write like somebody else can write, or they wrote the card for you. Anyway, tell us who you are and come on up.
Thank you so much for having me speak.
dear members of the Committee for Child and Family Law. My name is Ritu Ulal, and I am a physician.
Ritu Ulal, that's what
Yes.
you wrote.
Okay,
Wow,
perfect.
good, thank you.
I will admit that a colleague wrote that for me as I rushed to use the restroom, coming from another meeting.
No excuse necessary.
Thank you. I just want to start off by saying I know this topic can be triggering, and if you please just take care of yourself if you need to step out for a moment or take a break. I think that we all do this, especially those of us who work in the field. And so, just as a reminder, please take care of yourself. So, as I told you, my name is Dr. Ritu Gupta Ulal. I'm a physician at Dartmouth Health in Nashua. I grew up in New Hampshire. I hold a medical license here, and I am board certified in family medicine. In addition to providing and delivering primary care, I've also worked in the fields of urgent care as well as substance use disorder. Over the last 3 years, I've been providing specialized medical care and evaluations for children when there is a concern for abuse and neglect. Therefore, I work very closely with DCYF, child advocacy centers, law enforcement, the attorney, the district attorney and county attorney's offices, and have been doing testimonies. I'm here to speak in support of House Bill 1590. So I thought I would pivot a little bit from what I initially prepared to just address a couple of really wonderful questions that have come out of the discussion so far, many of which have been answered. But particularly, I know that Mr. Bradley brought up, a couple good points about what is the accreditation, and the hospitals do provide something, and is it different from what it is being spoken of? So, having been a Dartmouth employee, and Dartmouth is, as we know, the largest employer in New Hampshire, but also one of the bigger hospital systems, and works with many of the other hospital systems. And I closely work with Elliott and Southern New Hampshire and the other hospital systems as well. So as an employee, every year I do an annual attestation as well as an annual training, which I believe is similar to what Mr. Bradley was speaking of. That consists of about 6 or 7 modules ranging from topics of cultural competency, sexual harassment in the workplace, interestingly, hepatitis A, B, and C transmission, donning and doffing of gloves and masks, and then a couple other smaller items that usually get 1 to 2 slides, one of which would be child abuse and being a mandatory reporter, as we all know, which is also the case for any adults in New Hampshire, not just healthcare providers. And on that 1 or 2 slides would also include DCYF's phone number, and this is how and you should make your report. What is not included in those couple slides in the training that I've received annually as a Dartmouth employee is what signs to look for, what are inconsistent statements. So if a parent or a caregiver or anyone bringing the child says, oh, yes, this injury happened because of, the kids were playing with Nerf guns and and a provider might say, well, that, I guess maybe that makes sense. And sometimes it really does make sense, and sometimes it does not make sense. So those types of nuances. Also, a baby who cannot yet walk or crawl should not have certain types of injuries. A toddler who is rambunctious and falling all over will likely have many bruises on their shins, but they should not have bruises behind their ears. They should not have marks on their neck. They may have bumps and little golf balls on their foreheads, but there are other places where they will unlikely have those injuries. And some of these things, you've heard the word sentinel signs. Those are the types of things that can actually be delivered in content material within a few hours, at least in an abbreviated way, that can be very helpful for providers of healthcare to then use as knowledge to then provide the appropriate care, whether or not a referral to DCYF should be made, or is this something that we're going to say, hey, let's get an x-ray on our own and see maybe it was this soccer injury, whatnot. So I go off script a little bit just to address that, because I believe that, and to also give you this background, that there is a 3-hour module that was spoken of. There's also a longer module that many of the CAP providers, so CAP is Child Advocacy and Protection Program, And we're a small group of nurse practitioners, physicians, social workers, child life specialists, nurses, and we do the specialized care in New Hampshire for children when there's concern for abuse. So several of us providers actually participate in giving this education live to hospital systems, clinics, and whatnot when they voluntarily sort of sign up for it. We just see that not a lot of people are signing up for it, and I think that's why this bill is really important. There are other accredited courses that exist, and absolutely those 2 hours can be done in many different ways. It is true though that there's this one course that happens to be here in New Hampshire that would fit the bill and give that knowledge and is accredited by Dartmouth Health. So to go back and just share a little bit of what I had planned, where it's relevant, we do know that there's about 250,000 children under the age of 18 in New Hampshire, and most of them do see a healthcare provider at some point, whether it's for some sort of urgent reason or hopefully for child checks, which doesn't always happen, but most kids are seen. We know that most kids are regularly seen by teachers and in school systems. And so that is another place that, identification can happen. However, in a healthcare setting, doctors, and skin being literally the largest organ in the body, doctors are well equipped to make critical decisions and with information that's presented in front of them to say, hey, yes, this might be a concerning sign or this is not. And so with that education and that background, even as a refresher every couple years, it's sort of ready and at hand. I have 2 children with chronic medical health issues. I have aging parents. I'm a patient myself, and having been a physician for 20 years, I can confirm what you already know, that we don't have a lot of, or physicians don't often have a lot of time to address issues that are not sort of the presenting factor or the main topic of discussion for that visit. So if there is a finding that has nothing to do with why a child or an adult has come to a visit, it can be hard for that person to just sort of out of the blue pull up unless they've had sort of recent regular training on physical exam findings or incongruent statements with injuries. Those are the opportunities that they have if something's at the tip of their mind to be like, wait, this might be something concerning. And they don't need to make a diagnosis of child abuse. They just need to refer to DCYF, who is then able to do a thorough investigation and bring resources into the home. I mean, I think some of what the misconceptions are in my conversations when I talk to other providers is that many people forget that DCYF in our state has wonderful resources that, when provided early for families, can really make a huge impact in how that parent, guardian, or whoever may take care of that child and have their own abilities to do that. So that's sort of an opportunity that I think we sort of forget that we have. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. And I'm open to any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you, Doctor. Seeing one, thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
My question is rather broad. We have authorized licensing board for physicians here in New Hampshire, as well as we have a medical society. And I'm just surprised that something like this needs to come before the legislature as opposed to being created within the system itself. I mean, that's what it's for. That's why we do licensing, and so that they can police themselves in a sense. Do you know anything about that? Or has this come before the board or the society?
So I think this is a wonderful question. I think one of the things that we see in medicine, and this is true kind of back to the medical school question, is that there are so many different areas and topics, and there's very little sort of real estate and time for all the different things that could be covered. There are, however, a few things that touch, no matter what specialty you're in. So currently, out of say the 100 hours of continuing medical education every 2 years as a cycle for both physician assistants and licensed physicians, 3 hours need to be on opioid use related matters. And so that education, those 3 credits or 3 hours need to be specific to that. Otherwise, the other 97 hours can be generalized. So as far as I know, and I haven't been a part of, so the short answer is I haven't been a part of those conversations. What else can we make mandatory? But what we're seeing is that there's a lack of education on child abuse, even though it touches every field. So anyone providing care to a child under the age 18, whether they're a gastroenterologist or an asthma provider or a general pediatrician or an ED doc, having that routine training and that exposure will allow for them to have that this is something that none of us want to see, none of us want to find. Yeah.
My point,
Go ahead.
my point isn't whether we want this or not.
Right.
Of course we want consistency. My point is, why are you doing this through rules rather than through your society or through your medical profession, your physician's board, as opposed to coming to the legislature and putting in a statute?
That's a fair question that I'll defer to those who have helped write this bill. So I don't know that I can answer that directly. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Representative, it seems like we're caught between a rock and a hard place. On the one hand, we get yelled at when we tell the professions how to run their profession. But on the other hand, we've got professionals coming to us saying, tell us what to do.
Yeah.
So the question I wonder is, to what degree has all this testimony been given to OPLC or Board of Medicine or the Medical Society saying, hey, we got a big problem.
Yeah.
We need to do this ourselves. And why does it wind up here? Am I on track with you there?
And if I may,
Yeah.
Thank you. I do think, though, one thing to keep in mind where I can't answer that question directly, I do know that several other states do have similar legislation in place where they are, having the mandatory training. And at some point where, this is the state that we are all a part of and, help to take care of and live in, there are, we're seeing a system failure of some sort. And wherever and whatever it may be, the answer that may be right for the medical societies across the state of the nation of the United States may not still be adequate enough for one state or another. And in New Hampshire, what we're seeing, and I don't want to make assumptions as to why it's in New Hampshire, because it's definitely there in other states, but other states have also made progress to put in legislature to support such mandatory training. So I don't think we're the only state to be addressing it in this way.
Okay, we're going to have to wrap this
absolutely,
up. So
yes.
thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for your testimony.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. I am wondering, researcher, if we could find out what states have this by law as opposed to their boards of medicine or OPLC equivalents have done this. So with that, I'm going to close this hearing. What?
1590? This one.
And also we would, Representative DeSimone would like to know if there is an accredited course that the American Medical Association, and I would add the American Osteopathic Association, has in place on this subject. That should be pretty quick to do, and thank you so much for doing this. With that, I conclude the hearing on Bill 1590. And I don't think we want to proceed with this because I've heard there are some amendments floating around. So we will defer, and executive session is the 30th of the month, if at all possible. So thank you so much. Now, where are we? We are, oh gosh, we're all the way up to 2 o'clock. I open the hearing now on House Bill 1199 relative to the services of the Office of Child Advocate for youth experiencing homelessness and making an appropriation therefor. And the chair recognizes Representative Long, the prime sponsor. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Long, representing Hillsborough District 23 in Manchester. House Bill 1199 was brought to me early in the process. Through my experience in Manchester, I felt oftentimes, including the state, we concentrate on adult homelessness, because that's where we see mostly of. And youth homelessness is not really on top of the page. I could say for my years of being an alderman in Manchester, I've heard every year the number of homeless youth in our high schools. That number in Manchester is 600 to 900, and I'm always told double that because you're not getting a lot of them that are gonna that are gonna tell you. I don't see enough being done for youth. I think in an effort to pick that up, that the state should have somebody who oversees that. I like the fact that it's the child advocate, independent from the state or independent from any other entity. I like the reports I've gotten from the child advocate thus far. Not always reflecting nice on me, but I want to hear the facts and not, not what makes me feel good. I want to hear what the truth is. So I love the fact that if this committee approves it, that it would be going to the Office of Child Advocate. And youth homelessness is something that I believe this state is lacking in addressing.
Any questions for the prime sponsor? Seeing none, Chair would like to recognize Representative Panic with a question.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm a little confused on the cutoff age. We're looking at in other bills, you're of age at age 18 in special education, you're of age at age 22, and in this case, you're of age up until age 25. So we seem to be all over the place with that. I think that we've got to narrow it down to when are we considered adults. At 18, we can vote. At 18, we can go serve our country. But according to this bill, at age 25, we're still considered a youth. My concern with this bill is that that's my only question at this point in time. Thank you.
Okay. So the way I could respond to that is different scenarios call for different expectations as far as age goes. I know a 24-year-old, a youth experiencing homelessness under 18 has a high likelihood of being homeless as an adult, if you want to identify an adult as 18. However, somebody who's under 25, we all know that brain function. So I think it would be beneficial to us to address from 25 and under and not go 18 and under. Because at 26 and over, the states we're still going to be paying our tax dollars to address that. So I think it's easier in addressing it at a younger age than when they're more chronic and older.
Any other questions for the prime sponsor? Seeing none? Hearing none? Chair recognizes Holly Stevens from NAMI, New Hampshire.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pearson, members of the committee. I will try to be brief because I know that you are running behind. My name is Holly Stevens, and I'm the Director of Public Policy at NAMI, New Hampshire, which is a grassroots nonprofit organization whose mission is to improve the lives of all people impacted by mental illness and suicide through support, education, and advocacy. On behalf of NAMI, New Hampshire, I am here today in support of House Bill 1199. lack of access to safe, stable housing has a profoundly negative impact on the mental health of individuals, especially of youth. As a result, suicide has been found to be the leading cause of death for youth experiencing homelessness. Multiple protective and risk factors have been linked to the concept of resilience, which is understood to be the capacity of an individual to cope successfully with significant changes in their lives. Protective factors include social connectedness, religiosity, social support, internal locus of control, and positive emotionality. The position that is would be established if this bill was enacted in the Office of Child Advocate would be one that would look at all of these resources that are connected to these protective factors for these young kiddos. So if this position was established, then the youth who are experiencing homelessness could be connected with social services that would then potentially reduce their risk for suicide. And this is the reason that NAMI New Hampshire is in support of this bill. We do think that the Office of Child Advocate is an appropriate place for this position because they oversee existing programs and that support homeless youth and would be able to look at all of the gaps in the services that are in existence today. And with that, I will end my testimony and take any questions that you may have. Can I just mention one last thing,
You can
Chairman
just
Pearson?
mention one last thing.
Yeah, I know that the age was just asked about, and we know that youth ages 10 to 14 suicide is the leading cause of death in New Hampshire, but we know that 18 to 24, it's the second leading cause of death, and we know that brains continue to grow up until the age of 25, and I suspect that that is one of the reasons that the sponsor chose that as the cutoff age.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. And would like to hear from Cassandra Sanchez, Office of the Child Advocate.
Good afternoon once again. For the record, Cassandra Sanchez, the Child Advocate for the state of New Hampshire. I too will work to keep this brief for you. I wanted to share, as many of you know, the role of the Office of the Child Advocate. Our mandate is to oversee executive branch agencies that serve our children. And in part, in our mandate, we are to assess those services, identify gaps, and seek out, through advocacy, additional legislation that can help fill those gaps and ensure the needs of New Hampshire children are met. Currently, we are able to do that through the children that are involved in our DCYF system. So we do work and oversee the missing children that are involved with DCYF. We do follow those missing children and ensure that they are recovered, ensure that the agency is looking out for signs of trafficking and other high-risk behaviors in these children when they are missing. And so we do have an aspect of this role when talking about children who are missing or are homeless already. But again, it is very specific to those involved with our DCYF system. We know that we have many more children in the state of New Hampshire than those involved in our system that are facing homelessness or have gone missing at some point in their youth childhood. So given that the expansion and the added position in our office would allow us to further look at the homeless issue across the state. We do have a statewide lens in all that we do, and so we are able to compare what areas of the state have services that are working well, and then look at how could we then expand those services to other areas of the state. Another critical aspect of our office that allows for the great work that we do is our confidentiality. We have the ability for those who are either experiencing homelessness or missing, they can outreach our office. All communication with our office is confidential, as well as those providing services to these communities. A big piece of this and the importance of the confidentiality is that allows for folks to share honest and transparent information with our office. They're truly, especially those that are providing the services, are able to share with us truthfully the gaps that they see that they're facing, or that their agency, the barriers that they have to truly providing the service that they want to provide in the community. And this allows for us to get a different grasp on the issue than many of the other entities that are the ones that are directly providing the services or have some stake in the game beyond just providing a service and ensuring that those needs are met of those in the community. And then also we do have access through our memberships on multiple professional organizations to many others, agencies like ours across the country, and we tap into those professional organizations to look at advancements or what other states are doing on these particular types of issues to see what we could bring into New Hampshire that is affordable and we know is already effective elsewhere. At this time, I'm open to any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Erin George Kelly from Waypoint.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pearson, Vice Chairman Long, and esteemed Children-in-Law Committee members. Thank you for taking the time to hear from me today. My name is Erin George Kelly, and I'm the Director of Homeless Youth and Young Adult Services for Waypoint. I've come to speak in support of House Bill 1199. As you know, House Bill 1199 establishes a position within the Office of Child Advocate to identify and oversee programs and services for youth and young adults experiencing homelessness. In addition, the office will be required to consult with young people who have experienced homelessness to identify needs and accompanying resources to increase prevention and coordinate services. Waypoint began providing services to youth and young adults in New Hampshire experiencing homelessness or housing instability who were disconnected from their families in 1974. Until 2021, Waypoint was the only organization in our state providing these services for youth and young adults. It is with these 50 years of experience that we come before you today to respectfully ask that you pass this bill. Over the past 3 years, New Hampshire has begun to take action to understand the issue of youth and young adult homelessness in our state. Through this work, we have gained some knowledge of the number and needs of youth and young adults experiencing homelessness. We better understand the true scope of the issue and some of the causes. We also know that a number of young people aging out of child welfare and juvenile justice, whether from foster care or institutional placement, will experience homelessness in their young adulthood, and that a number of youth living in poverty will continue to be unstably housed throughout their early adulthood. There has also been some work done in New Hampshire to determine what a system of services to prevent and end youth and young adult homelessness would look like, and small pockets of that system have begun to emerge. But even with this work, we have not done nearly enough. The number of youth and young adults experiencing homelessness in New Hampshire continues to grow. Waypoint operates the only low-barrier emergency shelter for young adults in our state. We opened in October of 2023, and we have 14 beds. Every night since we have opened, we turn away an average of 28 young people looking for a safe place to sleep. Those young people resort to sleeping outside or in their vehicles. In addition, Waypoint currently has 77 youth on our priority list waiting for a bed in our transitional living program. And during this last weekend storm, our drop-in center in Manchester saw 30 young people in just one day. Providing housing and services as soon as possible to these vulnerable young people is one of the strongest prevention measures to end chronic homelessness and to ensure we have healthy, successful adults.
You've asked for 3 minutes. You're going way past it in your reading, and we can read too. So wrap it up, please.
Okay. This opportunity with the Office of the Child Advocate would provide the 30,000-foot view that New Hampshire needs to make sure that we are examining the strengths and gaps of existing systems, identify and bringing together relevant stakeholders and departments in ways that truly create impact and change and positively impact these vulnerable individuals. This opportunity will also allow the office to explore funding, entering into the state for this purpose, and advocate for further funding for services across the spectrum, including community-based services and supports for the Department of Health and Human Services. Over the past 50 years, Waypoint's homeless youth and young adult programs have grown from 2 people with a backpack to programs serving 55 communities in New Hampshire with 75 staff. But we cannot do this work alone. The issue requires our state to take a closer look and a greater level of responsibility, and House Bill 1199 does just that. In voting yes, you are allowing some of New Hampshire's most vulnerable youth and young adults to have a voice. Thank you for your time and attention to this important matter, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Anybody with a question to make her happy? Boy, I wish I had one. Love to make you happy. No, great testimony. Great testimony. We'll read the written as well. Thank you. Chair recognizes Ariel Hayes from the New Hampshire Youth Success Project. And if you have handouts on top of it.
Hello, thank you very much for having me today. Good afternoon, Chairman Pearson and members of the Family Law Committee. I'm here in support of HB 1199 as well. I am the current Director of Sustainability with the Youth Success Project, and I served as the director of our org for the last 2 years. I have lived experience with homelessness as a 22-year-old, and I was a case manager at Waypoint with their Runaway and Homeless Youth program for 2 years as well. The New Hampshire Youth Success Project is a board of young people who have experienced unaccompanied homelessness in New Hampshire while under the age of 25. And when I say unaccompanied, that means we were without a parent or guardian while we were experiencing homelessness. And the Youth Success Project works to make sure that youth and young adults have a voice and a say in these issues that impact us most directly. And we believe that we both have a right to have that say and that our systems are better and stronger when we are involved in decision making that impacts us. We work closely with the Manchester and Balance of State continuums of care, which work on ending homelessness across the state, and have been involved in creating the coordinated community plans to end youth homelessness in New Hampshire. And we were also very involved in the youth count survey creation. You are receiving info sheets right now with some of the main findings from that, and it was also cited in the bill itself. And while this survey was delivered to 18 to 24-year-olds, we asked the 1,476 respondents that we got responses from in October 2022 to reflect back on when they first experienced homelessness, and that median age was 16. So we have a lot of young people who are experiencing unaccompanied homelessness without a parent or guardian before they turn 18, and oftentimes they are not being connected to services until they turn 18. There's a lot of reasons why that might be, but fear and lack of knowledge about what they're experiencing as homelessness is likely a big part of this. A little bit about youth and young adult homelessness. We often describe it as invisible because young people, again, don't always know that what they're experiencing is homelessness. And we're really good at flying under the radar. We know how to shower and fit in with our peers and really fly under the radar if we're living in a car or staying with friends, which can make it really hard to see the effects of youth homelessness until it often evolves into adult homelessness or chronic homelessness. And this bill is really an opportunity to interrupt that early by providing young people with supports. Young people are also an especially vulnerable population of folks experiencing homelessness because we don't necessarily have the survival skills to keep ourselves safe. Um, we have a lack of knowledge about the systems or are just scared of involvement, especially for young people under 18. And this can make us especially vulnerable to things like trafficking. It's also really hard to regain stability because we don't have rental history. We often have poor or bad credit. And it can make it really challenging for us to compete in a rental market.
Okay, you're way over your 3 minutes requested, so I'm going to give you half a minute to summarize.
Okay, perfect. Lastly, this is an opportunity to prevent adult homelessness. This is a critical age where we can turn things around. And the Youth Success Project is excited to partner with the Office of the Child Advocate. We feel like this is a good place for this position to live.
You have 11 more seconds, you know.
I think that's all I have.
You're really kind.
Are there any questions?
Yes, Representative Gregg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here and taking the question and also for sharing your story. So you did say that you were homeless, correct?
Mhm.
That's only half my question. What made the difference for you?
I was homeless for a brief period of time, and what really made the difference for me was that my family's in Arizona and I had financial support, which a lot of young people don't. I was able to get help getting a security deposit on an apartment and helping me get a car when I didn't have access to them. If those two things had fell through, I wouldn't have been able to keep my job and my homelessness would have lasted much longer.
But unlike many who have a genuine but theoretical compassion for the problem, you've lived it, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Anyone else? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And the chair recognizes Emma Savini from New Future. And cousin Chloe says hi.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee, for hearing my testimony today. My name is Emma Savini. I'm the Children's Behavioral Health Policy Coordinator at New Futures. New Futures is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that advocates, educates, and collaborates for the health and wellness of all Granite Staters. Today, we are here in strong support of House Bill 1199. For many of the reasons, in fact, all of the reasons you've already heard. I would just like to highlight the component that addresses youth mental health. When children experience homelessness or youth experience homelessness, this is considered an ACE, or an adverse childhood experience. Adverse childhood experiences are traumatic events in childhood that can have really long and dangerous consequences long into adulthood. These can include mental illness, chronic health problems, substance use, among other really serious consequences. Experiencing homelessness in youth is a risk factor that contributes to having higher ACE scores. So when somebody experiences more than 4 ACEs in their life, they're much more likely to have those severe consequences I just described. Concerningly, youth experiencing homelessness are more likely to have caregivers who are incarcerated, have caregivers who are experiencing mental health issues, or are experiencing substance use disorder. All 3 of those are ACEs. In addition, when children are living in poverty, including experiencing homelessness, those risk factors are compounded. And so they are more likely than their peers who have financial security to have ACEs long-term, even with parents who are similarly experiencing mental health issues or substance use disorder or are incarcerated. The good news, though, is that there are protective factors to ACEs that can reduce one's risk for those severe consequences down the line. One of the most impactful ones is connecting youth with safe and sustainable housing. So House Bill 1199 is a great first step in creating a system where our children can access safe and sustainable housing through navigating systems that they may be involved in. We also really appreciate that this position would be situated with the Office of the Child Advocate. I think it's important that the position is able to nimbly navigate both the criminal justice system, the health and human services system, the education system. Homelessness touches so many aspects of life, and I think the Office of Child Advocate is really well positioned to be able to access all of those and the other systems that a child may be experiencing as a result of their homelessness. So all of that is to say that New Futures would strongly urge the committee to vote ought to pass, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Good to have you back.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I close House Bill 1199, there being no more pink cards. And I would like to do the straw poll of thumb to see, do we want to move on this, or do we want to hold it for 2 or 3 more weeks? Thumb up, thumb down. There's a thumb. 2, 3, 4. Many thumbs. We are thumbful. Thank you for that. I love your laugh, Representative. All right, so then we now go into an executive session for House Bill 1199, relative to services of the Office of the Child Advocate for youth experiencing homelessness, and making an appropriation therefore. And who would like to move the bill? Representative Long would like to. OTP. Long, can I have a Republican for a second? I saw Representative Nelson's hand flying up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. So there's the motion before us, OTP, moved by Representative Long and seconded by Representative Nelson. When you are ready, the clerk may call roll. Isn't she doing a wonderful job? You know, that's why we have 2 clerks.
Chairman Pearson.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Long.
Yes.
Representative DeSimone.
Yes.
Representative Bickford.
Yes.
Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative McMahon.
Yes.
Representative Ball. Yes. Representative Panic.
Yes.
Representative Seidel.
Yes.
Representative Grossman.
Yes.
Representative Levesque and Representative Petrino are not here. Representative Perez is not here. Representative Gregg.
Yes.
Representative Moulton is not here. Representative Raymond.
Yes.
That would be 12 yeas, 0 nays.
And it's got a financial note, so it has to go on the regular calendar. And with that, we close the exec session on House Bill 1199 FNA. Isn't it fun to go to the hearing and discover how it all turned out in the same day, huh? Yeah. All right, let's see. We are, now moving up. We're getting there. And whoever made the motion, gets to write
Can you take
the blurb.
notes on this?
And that's true on the previous one too. Yep, you got that. Good. Everybody's got the job, doing well. All right, I open the hearing on House Bill 1282 FN relative to duration of child support. And the person who is doing such a tremendous job as the clerk is slowly making her way to the witness table, because she is the presenter. And the chair now recognizes our very own Representative Ball.
Thank you, Chair.
for your bill.
Thank you, Chairman Pearson. This is the second go around. We already, this is in a really bad spot. We already put this bill forward last year. Unfortunately, it did not make it past the Senate because of a minor error, and that was in one word. Actually, it's 2 words. I used the word benefit as opposed to the word child support on line 7. If you recall, the reason this came before us was because there was some misunderstandings of when child support ended. It said that when the child completes high school or reaches the age of 18, whichever is later, But in the scenario where a child turns 18, say in January, but then drops out of school in April, there is no end date because they've never graduated. So that is what was brought to us by our constituents. And so we, as a group, came together, we amended it so that we followed the Social Security wording as to when Social Security ended for when children receive services. And as I said, because we took it right from Social Security, when we did this, we used the words benefits, and the Senate wants us to use the word child support on line 7. I did change in this presentation where we said last year on line 13, we would go through age 22 to follow the special education law. I changed that wording because I sit on another committee for children. Gosh, it's been a long day and I'm totally brain dead.
You are among
I'm so
friends.
sorry. It was the Representative Simone, the child on children,
Yeah.
childcare. Sorry.
The Special Committee on Childcare?
Thank you very much. Yes. And a representative, I think it was Representative Macbeth, came up with this wording. She was concerned about putting a specific age of 21 because perhaps in the future that age would change. And so rather than putting the specific word, we would just link it to that RSA so that if that changed, this would automatically change as well, should it say at some point go to age 23. So that is the only difference really, are those two words, child support, and then changing how we determine when it ends if a child is in special education. Those were the only two things. I recall last year that this passed unanimously, and I'm hoping that we can move it forward quickly once again this year since we were all in agreement last year. Thank you.
Any questions for Representative Ball? Well, it was good last year and it's good this year too. Thank
I
you.
hope so.
Thank you
Thank you.
so much. Well, we're going to go into a 4-minute maximum here, and if your speech is longer than that, you get 4 minutes. So you may want to cut out some things that are not helpful if you have a very long speech. The chair recognizes Mr. Robert Tanguy to come on up, and you asked for 3 minutes, and I'm giving you 4, and I'm going to be held to that, okay?
Thank you. I'll actually do less than that and hope that you'll grant
All
me
right.
some candor in 1595. So I am in support of this bill. It just clarifies the language. I feel like the language in the original bill or law is restrictive, saying that it ends when they turn 18, and this way gives it more room to do so. And it doesn't really seem like it will have much of an effect, but it will. It just child support, in my opinion, is something that's kind of used as a tool, and it's brings a lot of funding to the state, and that's good for taxpayers. But the money that comes to the state from Title IV D is coming from federal tax funds, so it's still taxpayers. And I think that child support causes contention, whereas each individual parent should be able to choose how they spend their money on their children and family. And with that, I'll end it.
Thank
Comments.
you so much. Wow. You got 2 minutes and 12 seconds in the time bank for another day. Chair recognizes Susan Brisson from DHHS-BCSS. 3 minutes to provide information for us. Thank you. We are getting punchy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a representative of DHHS BCSS, the only 2 things I would like to point out about this bill is that it calls to go into effect in 60 days. And as child support, we would have to do there will be some training, there will be some, computer type stuff. I'm just a lawyer, computer stuff. I'm like, I don't know, But, and I'm assuming the court will also have things that they'll need to do because suddenly it'll be different. So I think 60 days seems like a short amount of time, especially since we're coming up on what they call graduation season, where the issues of 18, 19, who's in high school become a thing.
To that point, wouldn't it be appropriate to say it is not 60 days from now, but 60 days from passage? And if the House passes it and the Senate passes it, send a spy over to the governor's office and ask him if he's going to sign it. And if the word is yes, you can start the training, and tell him to go slow with the pen. And I mean, there's ways to do this.
I have no official position on that.
I'm not asking you for an official position.
I would also point out that there is not an appropriation for the changes made in this.
Yeah, well.
Other than that,
well,
I want to give you as much time as you need.
There's an FN to it. I don't have the FN, but then again, I printed these bills out quite early. Maybe there is one.
Yeah, there is.
There is one. Wow, all that paper I used, and I never got the fiscal notes. So let me go through this. And that means it's going to have to go over to the you-know-who's, Division 3 of Finance, and we're all going to become good friends with Representative Edwards. 107,000. Okay. Next year. Okay. So yeah, there's a fiscal note. Anyone with a question? Seeing none, thank you so much. And away we go. One more. And now, the representative, the gentleman from 03811. Come on up. And yeah, is it Jay or Jim? Jay?
Sorry.
Marshall. Markel. I got almost all of it. And if you push the button, it turns your mic on.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jay Markel. I'm a practicing attorney and with a high concentration in family law.
Could you move the microphone now turned on closer? Thank you.
Okay, is that better?
Much better.
Oh, okay, thank you. My name is Jay Markel. I'm a practicing attorney with Family Legal. We're out of Concord, New Hampshire, with about 25 years experience practicing in a high concentration in family law. Read the bill, familiar with the child support guidelines, generally supportive. Only a couple of questions that the committee might want to think about. One is, was the legislative intent to include homeschooled children in this as well? And the reason I ask is because the language is still a full-time student at a secondary or elementary school at the age of 18. I respectfully point out that there might be a question of law as to whether this applies to children who are homeschooled because they're not really enrolled in school. What they're usually doing is they are part of if they're homeschooled, they're usually a part of a Department of Education approved homeschooling plan. So you may, just respectfully pointing out, I hope it passes, but I would not want to see any ambiguities in it and create additional legal problems. So I'm just thinking you might want to have language in there that is enrolled as a full-time student at a secondary or elementary school or in New Hampshire Department of Education approved homeschooling program, which would provide the same congruent protections. Those would be the only things. The only thing I would think of would be whether or not you intend to apply this prospectively or retroactively. So to avoid problems with modifications. I don't think there would be a flood of it because by the time if this comes to pass, there may be a small gap. You may see additional filings. So you may want to think about that and debate it amongst yourselves. Otherwise, I can see the need for brevity, and I'm done. If anybody has any questions, be happy to entertain them.
Seeing none, but thank you for that. They're trying to make me a lawyer, you know. They're buying me law books and putting me on legal committees and so on. And I just love the legal ability to look at something and see, we liberal arts people will just say, wow, that's so cool. You know, and a lawyer mind will look at potential problems in its specifics. So thank you so much for
My
bringing
pleasure.
these.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you. I
Sure.
appreciate it. Sure.
I have no more cards, so this concludes the hearing on 1282 FN, and I'm going to ask, what do you think? Do you think we want to ask a couple of our members to come up with and I've heard oohs and ahs from this. Well, I'm looking at you, but I mean, you can be part of that if you were quiet. Okay, that's fine. But I heard oohs and ahs, and you are the prime sponsor. If we all think this, well, even if we don't think it's a good idea, you have the right to get an amendment. You may want to talk to ooh and ah and quiet and see what they think and bring it back. And on, if you bring it back in a week or two, we can do it in a week or two. But just let me know so we can notice it, okay? So that's the disposition on that one. Hmm? Yeah, go ahead.
So that amendment is just to the, just to the effective date, Representative Paul?
No, there's two things, homeschools.
Oh, and homeschools, okay.
Is that what you want to work on, both of those things? The homeschool one's easy to understand. The prospective, retrospective, we may want to ask council to elaborate.
Yes, please. Yes, Chairman.
Would you elaborate,
Are you-
please?
If you're calling me back.
I am.
Okay.
The prospective versus retrospective, the homeschool thing, thank you, we're going to work on that. But
Okay.
the second one, we may need a little unpacking of that.
Oh, okay. Okay, so in other words, generally speaking, unless something is curative, okay, it applies prospectively rather than retroactively. So for example, and you usually see that in the terms of statutes which have to be amended because of their constitutional deformities. And so, for example, sometimes they apply things retroactively. So it might be worthwhile to state whether this statute itself constitutes a basis for a modification or not of present child support orders. Because I can see somebody seeing this passing and somebody saying, well, either he's 18, he's going to be 19, it's going to be this or that, or you're going to apply it. And, you can say, well, shall not constitute a basis for a modification and applies to new orders only, words to that effect.
Got it? Good. Thank you. Thank you, Counselor.
My pleasure.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry. I was just, that then leads me to the question of if we were to have an amendment that said that this shall not apply to modifications, does that mean that anyone who has a current child support order wouldn't be able to then go back to court once it was enacted?
I'm sorry, could you please repeat that?
So if we were to say that it doesn't apply to modifications, does that mean that anyone who currently has a child support order would not be able to go back to court and have that modified?
No, what it would mean, it would be basically, in other words, if you're going to say, in other words, you really don't want to turn this, I don't think it will happen,
Right.
but you don't really want to turn it into what amounts to, I'll call floodgate.
Right.
You just don't want a flood of people coming to court and saying, I want to change, and because we have probably 60 or 70% of the people who go to court are self-represented, and they may not have the same knowledge. Okay, they'll look at a statute and go, oh, that applies, whatever, and you just don't want to flood courts with modifications that really aren't timely. Most of the judges are overworked as it is.
Right.
So, in other words, in and of itself shall not be a basis for a modification and should apply to new orders. Okay? If somebody is going to come forward and, they're in a position where they either have to renew an order for a very short period of time, that's possible. I can see, for example, where somebody might say, they're in high school, but they're not going to graduate for a while or something like that, and I need to extend the order. That's certainly one thing. The other thing that and I hope I've answered that question, just to carry it one step further, I have had cases where this statute does well to cure the whole, where I've had 19-year-old high school seniors. Okay, so that order still applies because they hadn't graduated high school. So they were, so on that basis, the last occurrence of, now you have 20-year-olds and 21-year-olds, believe it or not, in high school, and there's still a child support order in effect. So this is what that cures, and I think it's probably a good idea to do it that way. Also, Maine has something similar to it, where child support will end at 19. The idea being you've had enough time to finish school here, and that's really kind of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative McMahon.
Thank Attorney Marcel, could you return to the bench?
Oh, sure, okay.
Don't leave yet.
Oh, okay.
Just two questions for your guidance, sir.
Sure.
If you're, and this is one of a speculation address. If an individual is already graduated, like up to 25 years old,
right,
would there be a retroactive bill to be paid?
Only in terms of existing orders. So, for example, it doesn't create a new obligation. But if, for example, somebody's 25, it would be kind of long out there. But if there was an unpaid child support obligation, it's still unpaid. Basically, if you look at a uniform support order as they are now, you'll see that each order for payment actually becomes an independent judgment as it's due. So you don't have to keep going back to court all the time.
And then just for point of follow-up, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Attorney Marcel, if that individual never graduated.
Well, that's the problem with the current statute. I think that's what this is meant to fix. Okay, so, and that's the hole in the law that this fixes. This says that child support will absolutely terminate by the age of 19 years and 2 months, no matter what, unless the parties agree to lengthen it, which they are free to do.
Okay, and then one last
One
one,
more.
Mr. Chairman.
Go.
Attorney Marcel, you referred to one other statement. I was trying to check my note real quick.
Sure.
To be added somewhere in here, and if you would just restate that as to where would that narrative change
Okay.
be placed, and like the wording, like in what line where would that go?
Okay, well, I'm presuming you are talking about, okay, let me get it out here. Okay, so we're talking about the approved schooling. If you're talking about that, I would say that, if you look at line, okay, starting from the Roman numeral 4, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then where it starts on the left, RSA 461B, and then you have the bold, or reaches the age of 18 years old, unless the child is still a full-time student at a secondary or elementary school at the age of 18. Parenthetically, I'm not sure where elementary school would be in there, but assuming it applies somehow, and it might, and then what I would write is enrolled in let me just give you some language. An approved, a homeschooling program approved by the New Hampshire Department of Education. And that would be my amendment.
Would that include? Okay, I got that.
Yeah.
Would charter schools come under?
If it's approved by the New Hampshire Department of Education, if they're approved.
If they're approved, but would
Yeah.
that come under? When I say come under, there's different designations now.
Okay.
On location, so
Right.
so there wouldn't be in terms of elementary, secondary,
Right.
but charter schools are standalone.
Okay.
And wanted to see what your guidance would be
Okay.
in that regard.
Okay, if a charter school is basically, I'm going to give you a diplomatic answer here. If a charter school is approved by the Department of Education and its curriculum is congruent with a high school education program, then it'll probably be deemed a high school education program, a high school education. See, what I'm trying to head off is this. On appeal, the New Hampshire Supreme Court, as most appellate courts will hold, okay, is that they will not add language to legislation the legislature didn't see fit to include. Okay, and they always say, and it's good, it's all the appellate decisions I've read and the appeals I've participated in, it's all pretty much the same. If this legislature didn't see fit to include the language in the statute, we're not going to infer it's there. Okay, and they are the final arbiter of what legislative intent was. So that's the reason why I'm thinking you want to get it in there so we don't disadvantage any child. Did I
Okay.
help? Did I answer your question?
Right.
sir?
No, thank you, sir.
Okay.
I think we're good on that, and thank you, Counselor.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that. With that, I open the hearing on House Bill 1595, adjustment of child support based on parenting time, medical support, child care expenses. And we call to the front the bill's prime sponsor, who is, actually, I called him to the front. I meant to call him to the witness table, but thank you very much. Is it your bill? Bill?
Good afternoon. My name is David Beckford. I'm here to introduce HB 1595, which is about guideline and putting in parenting time adjustments. I'm not going to speak to the technical parts of the bill. I will tell you that this is where everything pretty much came from the New Hampshire review of the child support guidelines, which cost $160,000 to get that review. And the reason the federal government has us do the reviews, because they want to know how much deviation there is. And if there's much deviation, we're supposed to make changes in the child support guidelines. So I worked on this with some other people. Representative Majori is here, and he and I have become good friends over this. If you recall, the first time we met was right here. And so I guess without further ado, I will go back to my place and we'll hear what the others have to say. Is that all right?
A question from Representative DeSimone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. What year was that report?
This is the December 31, 2022 report. It's the latest report out. I have all the reports, actually. They happen every
Follow
4
up?
years. And
Follow up.
And what years does that include information from?
well, predominantly the last 4 years, but over the spectrum of time. But it takes a snapshot of what's going on here in New Hampshire, and they do go back in time here. And I can't remember just how far. But they make a number of recommendations in here. And one of the major recommendations is to have a parenting time adjustment.
So is it fair to say that from 2018 forward
Oh, they've been saying that since, I think, 2004.
in that report?
Every 4 years, this report comes out. The last
Thank
one
you.
cost 50,000, something like that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Would you be prepared to give us the gist of the bill in about 2 minutes, or would you like to defer to Representative Maggiore?
Why don't we? Don't do that. Yeah, well, in the sake of moving on, the technical stuff will come from a fellow named George Peace Corps. And he did
Really?
help
Huh,
us develop
okay.
this.
I'm going to ask you to do two things, please.
Yep.
Number one is, on the way to taking your seat, fill out a pink card.
Oh, it's a good idea.
You have to do that. And then secondly, pass me the pink card. And since there is only one person on the pink card with the name of George Piscor, I'm going to call on him to come down and
Peace Corps.
Peace Corps.
Pronunciations. Peace Corps. He'll tell you.
Peace Corps, as in what the Kennedys got going, right? The
Peace Corps, like the American Peace Corps?
That's what I meant.
Yes.
Really?
Fine Polish name.
Wonderful.
Good.
Like Maggiore, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, 1 second here. Yeah, go ahead.
Representative Bickford?
He's filling out a pink card.
I know. Or someone. I'm trying to take the notes and I got sidetracked. Can someone please tell me what the name of the report was? The actual name. I'm sorry. Thank you.
That's all right. Thank you for coming, Mr. Piscor. Would you please explain to us why this bill should pass?
Okay, thank you for the invitation, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is George Piscor. I'm here on behalf of the National Parents Organization, New Hampshire chapter, and as Representative Bickford also just stated, it's a bipartisan effort together with individual parents for this bill. The bill has 4 components, and if I may, I'll just talk to it rather than reading the written testimony. The first 2 items are direct recommendations of the last quadrennial review. The last 2 are supporting recommendations to implement the 2. So, number 1, parenting time adjustment. New Hampshire is one of only 9 states that does not have a formulaic approach to parenting time calculation. In addition, New Hampshire has a deviation rate of 40%, probably the highest among all states. More than half of that is due to issues with parenting time. So there is a challenge for us to have a consistent method of calculating parenting time that saves on legal and judicial resources. We are proposing what's known as, and it's a mouthful, 1.5 multiplier model cross credit model. This mouthful is used by 22 other states. This is not rocket science. 18 of which use the 1.5 multiplier variant. The 0.5 refers to the assumption that fixed costs account of 50% of total sole residency household costs. The model has been recommended by all parties that were surveyed in the last report. Parents, lawyers, judges, and I think it was a second choice approach by BCSS. We have added 2 minor refinements to the model to eliminate 2 known shortcomings of this approach, namely the need for a threshold and cliff effect. Now, cliff effect in child support guidelines is a large change in the child support order for a small parenting time shift. We've done simulations and compared it to what's known as the best of class or best of breed models, and this approach compares very favorably. We have provided a graph in the written testimony, which I believe is distributed. The second approach, or second item, is the consistent treatment of medical support and child care costs. Once again, this comes right out of the recommendation of the report, which says move these items from income deductions to add-on child costs to be consistent not only with income shares methodology, but also to reduce the disproportionate burden on the obligor. The next item is the first of the consequential changes to support the first 2, and that is to include obligor parenting, child expenditures as part of the ability to pay calculation. So this is a technical point. Right now, the difference between adjusted gross income and self-support reserve is used to determine whether the original order should apply. But the obligor also has to meet the obligation of direct expenditures. That's why it's included. The last point is the amendment of the income shares methodology from what I call a partial to a full income shares methodology. I think Representative Bickford referred to a 2004 report. I think this was the HB 310 Commission, if my mind serves me correctly, which identified that the original intent to implement an income shares methodology was done incorrectly for whatever reasons. So we are proposing that this be corrected so that all child costs are calculated on a prorated manner based on the relative income of both parents. This is what the income shares methodology is supposed to be. It's known as the proportional contributions principle. This is also consistent in my recent readings of the Supreme Court literature with the Anderson decision, which affirmed that New Hampshire uses the income shares methodology to prorate it for total child costs on relative incomes. So those are the 4 items. Thank you for the opportunity to overview them. These are all technical in nature, and I'll be pleased to respond to any questions.
Now give the committee a minute or two to look through that report and see if they have any.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. and Thank you for taking my question. You started to say something about other states and what other states have done. And I thought you said something about Oregon and California use this method.
You introduced the bill. You cannot ask questions. You get one or the other.
Well, you wrote us and told us what to do.
Yeah, you either
And I asked
you either speak from that table or you speak from that table.
All right, I spoke to you about that, but okay, you don't recall.
I guess not. Now wait a minute though. Would you say that you really didn't do anything except, hi, here's the bill. You didn't argue for it over there?
Right.
Then I'm going to turn you loose.
Oh,
Go ahead.
okay.
Sorry. Exception to the rule. Thank you.
You're the chairman.
I am. That's why I get the money.
Well, anyway, could you give us how this fits in with the rest of the nation or world? You know, with what's going on, what's happening out there?
Yeah. Well, again, 42 states have parenting time adjustment models. Half of them use the multiplier model methodology that we are proposing here with a refinement. 3 of them use what's known as a sliding scale method. This is like varying percentages stepped depending on the income. It's the crudest method, but it has the advantage of simplicity. States like Oregon have developed a complicated mathematical model, which if you graph it, looks like an S-curve. And economists say that's the way it should look ideally. In our simulations, we actually approach that very closely, even though the income shares model that's been recommended, the multiplier model that's been recommended in prior reports and the most recent reports is what's known as a piecewise linear. In other words, it's not exactly a curve, but it approximates a curve. And I apologize for the techie babble, but we are talking about a technical issue here. California also is known as having a best of breed model. And in our handout, or written testimony, we have done a simulation and they look very close. So you're in good company, best of breed.
Good. Any other questions? Representative Nelson. Representative Raymond.
Sorry, I reached my hand way out, hoping you'll notice it, not thinking it would be mistaken for Representative Nelson. So thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
welcome.
So I know it's very late for math, but my question is about how passing this bill will impact our families who already have child support orders and parenting time orders. So we recently, the House passed, and who knows what the Senate will do with it, an approximately equal parenting time bill. And then now we have this bill, and I'm wondering how this will impact our hundreds and thousands of families that are having current support orders. Will all of those people have to troop back to court and do the form over again? Does there have to be like an instigating event, you know what I mean, in order to redo it? Will we
I
expect a
understand the
bunch of
question completely.
filings?
If I may interrupt, understand
Yeah.
it completely, and I'm internally chuckling because in our working group meetings, this is exactly the issue that we discussed. It's a very important issue. Section 6 of applicability in the bill answers that. Essentially, it would only apply to new bills or for existing bills when they come up for regular review, which is 3 years. And it says the act shall not constitute a substantial change in circumstances for purposes of this section. In other words, people could argue, well, this is a new bill and therefore I want another crack at it. The answer is no. Wait your turn.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I was looking for Roman numeral 6 and I did not
Okay.
find it. Thank you.
Well, sorry, as you said, it's late in the day and we're talking math. So whether it's binary or digital or Roman numeral.
Anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody else? Thank you so much for your testimony.
And thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Chair recognizes Representative Jim Maggi. It's Italian names. Isn't that right? Representative Di Simone is not here, but you are, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a tough act to follow my paisan over there, but
Yeah,
and to have lost-
that's a paisanski.
There you paisanski. There you
Yes,
go.
that's right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Representative Jim Majori, representing the great town of Northampton. I come to this bill and this information without having any personal experience with divorce, separation, or child care support. When I first learned about it, it was when I was first campaigning 6 years ago. So I started doing my research. Started looking into what has happened, where have we been, where have we gone. Oh my goodness. If you do that research, you'll go back to 1989 and you will see at least Representative Bickford's name on 98% of those bills, and I think maybe even more than that. This is a subject that I appreciate this body, both bodies, have spent an enormous amount of time researching. And in the time that I have reviewed some of the studies from 1995, from 2003, especially this one, 2005, especially this one from 2022, what I have noticed and what I want to stress is that these bodies, ours and the one across the wall, can I say that? Do I say that here or can I say?
Only with a sneer.
Only with a sneer. The Senate. Ooh, okay. We have always relied on the most valuable, up-to-date information that we have. We have always relied on the technical expertise of the experts who have testified and submitted that information to us before we make those decisions on how we are going to amend our statutes. And I feel, and I have come to learn from Representative Bickford, Mr. Peace Corps, and others on the working group that we have been part of for the better part of a year, that this represents the latest information that we have to make the best choices for the children and the families in our state. Is it perfect? Clearly, looking back again, as far as I could go on our website to 1989, there will always be an opportunity to find something that is better. But I beg of us that we do not discard what I consider to be the best option right now for what we will never find, which will be the perfect. I have come to say that HB 1595 represents the best of the information we have And I urge the committee to pass this bill so that we can send it to the Senate and urge for their support also. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm happy to take any non-technical questions, or I will defer to Mr. Peace
Any
Corps.
questions not containing numbers? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Joseph Gunley.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Bear with me. This is my first public testimony, so have some nerves. So bear with me. I have a written statement in favor of House Bill 1595. So I'm just going to read it, and welcome to questions at the end. So I'm here because I support this bill because the New Hampshire existing child support system is broken and is a significant root cause of high legal costs to non-traditional families in our state, families that have been impacted by divorce or just non-traditional families. This bill will establish an improved framework that will more effectively and fairly ensure that both parents are able to financially support their children. It will ensure that both parents have stake in the financial well-being of their non-traditional family unit, resulting in a net benefit to New Hampshire children and families. I have personally navigated the New Hampshire child support system since 2016, 2017 is when I first was separated. And I've spent thousands of dollars on legal fees, which I would have much rather gone to my children's college savings accounts. I've got two children, 12 and 10. Earlier in 2023, most recently, the court issued an order that resulted in me paying my co-parent a full uniform support order, meaning I pay the same percentage as a parent that has basically no physical custody of their children. However, I have physical custody of my children 50% of their time. I've had that since day one of being separated. I coach their sports teams. I furnish a bedroom for each of them. I buy them clothes. I drive them places. I feed them, take them on vacations, purchase toiletries, medicine, gifts for their friends, gifts for their teachers. I also pay 75% of their out-of-pocket health care. I save for their college. So on top of those day-to-day fixed and variable costs, I pay over $20,000 a year in child support to my co-parent. After taxes and payroll reductions, I take home less than $65,000 per year, which the $20,000 is pulled from. That means there's nearly 4 months of the year that I work before I start earning money for my household. I've never missed a child support payment. I've never been late to make a payment. I would never, allow my children to live in poverty as long as I can help it. I'd be happy for my kids to live with me 100% of the time. My co-parent, not to get into a lot of detail about this, but they have a bachelor's degree from the same university as I do. They graduated in the same year as I did. In fact, we worked for the same company, the company that I still work for, before they decided to stop working and change their career path. My co-parent has had the same opportunities as me and the same degree of education and much broader local family support network. But due to to career choices, they earn less income than I do. So within the framework of our existing system, they have limited incentive to earn more income due to the money they receive from me after taxes. So this dynamic puts an unfair burden on the higher income parent in co-parenting families like mine, who ultimately support two homes in some cases, despite having pretty even capabilities.
Mr. Gunley, you asked for 2 to 3 minutes.
What am I
and
at?
You are on a roll. So, and it's all good stuff.
I'm just about done. I got one paragraph.
I apologize for that. Go ahead.
So I'll just wrap by saying the existing system in New Hampshire that families are dealing with, anyone who understands equity, fairness, the system is obviously not working. It's flawed. I hear from many friends who dealt with this, and people are talking about it. So I think New Hampshire owes it to the children of divorced parents to fix the system. So thank you.
Thank you. And if you don't mind, if you could submit your written testimony to the clerk.
Yes.
Because we file these things.
Yeah.
And
So I
believe me,
meant to print out enough copies. I just didn't have time, so I'll happy to email the copy. to
If
the
you
clerk.
wish, but if your hard copy could go to the clerk all printed out, she can put it in the folder.
Okay.
And believe me, I'm told that down the road, sometimes judges, when they're trying to decide something, want to know what the legislature was talking about. And it's not just us, it's you folks. And these documents sometimes come into play.
Great.
So,
All
good,
right.
thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes also from Atkinson and also named J. Markell,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Esquire.
Yes, thank you, sir. I've looked at this bill. This isn't the first time I've seen it, and in different forms. And just by way of background, I've been involved in legislation one way or another since about 2015, involved in drafting and reviewing legislation. One of the challenges here is the inherent, and I'll be brief. New Hampshire, if you look at RSA 461A14, has never linked the percentage of time that a parent spends with a child to a child support order. It never has. The Parenting Rights and Responsibilities Act has been around since about 2005 in various iterations. Basically, the support, if you look at Section 1, is that after a filing, court shall make such further decree in relation to the support and education of children as shall be most conducive to their benefit and order a reasonable provision for their support. But what you do is you now create a tension between the amount of parenting time and what's most beneficial for their support. And one of the other problems that I've said, and by the way, in doing this, I've reviewed child support guidelines across the United States. I would also recommend for reading is Child Support Application and Guidelines by Laura Morgan. It's published by Walters Kluwer. I have a copy of the second edition, which is the latest. It's about this thick, and she's one of the leading authorities on child support and how it's implemented across the United States. To address a couple of things. First of all, we do have a lot of deviations, and which means from the guidelines. And one of the problems that I've seen is that there's almost nothing that really works for everybody 100% of the time. So I would agree with the proponents of that legislation. The problem is that child support necessarily becomes so individuated to develop these supports. And I realize what Washington, D.C. did years ago in the early 80s to try to bring in guidelines. And the precise problem is with a lot of the changes such as joint parenting and so on and so forth, it just creates problems. And the best way to solve them is to really create individuated solutions. What the good part about what this bill does is that it tries to undo one of the problems with the Silva case. I don't know if you're familiar with it. Okay, that was the one that the Silva case was the one that created, I'm not going to say created problems, because the New Hampshire Supreme Court simply dealt with the legislation that it had and said, this is what it means. So what it's done here, which is positive, which is it tries to eliminate the impact, the unfair impact of a full guidelines order on people who have joint custody. So what this tries to do is say, okay, if we take a certain percentage and we go like this and we use parenting time, we'll be able to come up with a fairer order. I get that. But the problem, what you're doing is you're creating an inherent tension here between the first part of 461A14 and this. Remember this, 461A is the Parenting Rights and Responsibility Act. That's the overall architecture for parenting rights and how we raise children. Remember that the child support guidelines are merely the mechanism by which child support is calculated. So what we're doing is, do we want so the parents are supposed to drive the car. They're not supposed to have the car drive, no matter what everybody says about Elon Musk, they're not supposed to have the car driving itself. It's not there yet. What I respectfully recommend is this can be improved, I think. I think it needs to be made a little less complicated. I think it needs a little more study. I can also agree that the child support guidelines are widely perceived as unfair to a lot of people. And one of the reasons why is because they have no upper limit in the state of New Hampshire. Other states, they do. But that's kind of where it is. I'll be happy to entertain any questions if anybody has them.
Representative Bickford.
Thank
Yes,
you,
sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The upper limit's not an issue with this bill, is it?
Well, it still is. In other
Well,
words, you
it-
don't have an upper limit here. Okay, what you do is you have a mechanism for calculating the guidelines, but you don't have, I'm gonna make sure I'm getting heard. Okay, but you don't have an upper limit in the bill. So for example, if you have somebody making 6 or 7 or 8 or 900 or 1,000, 100 or $750,000 a year, you get the guideline and that's your number. There should be an upper limit to it. There is currently in the child support statute. They try to avoid unnecessary confiscatory and unreasonably low orders.
Right.
Okay, but there is no upper limit to it.
Right.
Okay.
But
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
we tried to follow the recommendations here. and that-
Right.
I don't recall that being one of the recommendations.
Yeah, and I'm familiar with the reports that UNH did. If those are the same
Yeah,
reports. Yeah.
4 years before.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm familiar with those, and I've read them, and I've read them when they first came out. So,
Dr. Smith.
yeah, I think so. And they have some good points in it, and the things need to be changed, but I think it needs a little more study. I've been dealing with these things for quite a while, and nothing will satisfy everybody. One of the things that we had that works well most of the time, which is called the child support offset, which deals with shared residential responsibility, which was working well for years. And what you did, which doesn't include this, and it works well most of the time, which is where you take parent A's income, parent B's income, take the difference, and then if you have shared residential or approximately equal residential responsibility, parent A's income, calculate the guidelines as if parent A pays parent B, calculate the guidelines as if parent A pays parent B pays parent A, then figure out what the difference is, and the difference goes to the lower earning parent. Okay, that's one thing that works most of the time, and usually with some adjustments you can get equality. Where the child, which is one of the goals, is to make sure that the child has an approximately equal standard of living in both households, which is what the point of the guidelines are. Okay, and that's what the point of the statute was. So I'm not trying to be convoluted. It's a complicated problem. I only have a few minutes. I get it. I'm only thinking that you may want to study it a little bit more, and you may want to make some fine tunings to make sure that it can work.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate it. For the committee, remember, we do not have the option of retaining the bill to work on it over the summer. All we have is the ability to say this bill has merit for future legislation, or this bill does not. So, since this is an early bill, this has to be out the door by Thursday, February 15th, which means for us, it's Tuesday, February 13th. So I will listen, we will take testimony, happily take testimony from the 2 remaining people who signed up, but I'm not going to suggest that we exec it today. I am going to suggest that if you wish to work further with the prime sponsor and the other sponsors, feel free to do it. If you want to do it very informally, you may do that as you wish. If you wish to gather some people together, that becomes a work group, and it has to be noticed in the calendar. It has to be gotten to me to get into the calendar, to have a room set aside for that. You may do that if you wish. But those are the parameters of what we have with this. But under the last day this will ever be looked at by us, unless you want to do interim study, is February 13th. Representative Bickford?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have another similar bill coming up at the same time next week.
Right.
And it would be best if we didn't send 2 bills of the same thing
right
forward. So I am certainly open to trying to marry them together into one bill. It doesn't matter to me who the sponsor is, as long as it moves forward.
Okay, let's listen to the next one next week and see what we want to do after that. And along the way to that, we have 2 more people.
Because there are some good things in it, I think.
Oh,
the
sure.
bill that we could use.
Yeah, I mean, Chair recognizes Mr. Robert Tangway, who asked for 3 minutes, and I'm going to give you 5 minutes and 20 seconds, and don't fight me on that, sir. Means I gotta find my watch.
Okay, you, remember you, well, oh, you got it on the back side? When you, when you turn these in, you should have the bill number on it, so it doesn't get lost in the.
It'll be okay. It'll be
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Am I live? Yep. Okay.
Yep. Well, he's getting ready to do that, so it doesn't count against his time. I think the clerk might like to have somebody help her with this pile of stuff here so we can make packets for the representatives who weren't here, Petrino and Levesque. If somebody would be willing to do it, it'll probably take you about 10 minutes, sprawl it all out. Also, I want to make sure that I get a blurb, a committee report on 1588 from Representative Grossman. To whom? On me, my desk? Oh, it needs to come to me for approval first. Okay. And also eventually Representative Ball in 1598. So if we can find that, I'm asking for her blurb on 1588. It has to go to me first for approval. I'm just, okay? I know. We're remembering ways to do it. That's okay. Okay, are you ready?
I am.
Rock and roll.
Okay, so what I just passed around was this document right here. Here's a picture of me from my LinkedIn profile with a note. And it's basically just to show the contention that comes into play with family court matters, and a lot of it's over money and financial resources. And basically, child support is a big candy bucket that gets awarded to one party. And it's typically the party that has the kids, and when that's assumed to be typically a mother, that is part of what goes into basically causing families to break up. Breaking up a family is a big deal. It's such a big deal that it's been shown in the Title 4D grant money, and it's taken very lightly now. And so I have an audio clip.
If you what? I'm sorry. I didn't know if I just didn't know if providing a photo or anything like that would be helpful, or if you guys just have your process. Do you have one, or? I do. Okay. Well, what I'll do is I'll just leave it as is and let them know that you do have a photo if necessary. And are you available on this number, the 8058 number? Absolutely. Yep. Okay.
This is
All
the
right.
Domestic Violence
They
Coalition.
can reach out to you if they think that that's necessary to get it from you. Thank
Point of
you
order.
so much.
What
problem.
does
Point
this
of,
have to do with the bill?
remember, we'll suspend for a minute. Point of order.
Mr. Chairman, I don't feel like this has anything to do with the bill.
We need to speak directly to the bill, not to the global issue of child support. This is based on adjusting the support guidelines.
So what happens?
You can hit your mic back on again, please. Thank you.
I apologize.
That's okay.
So what happens? So that's on October 31st. What happens is when someone decides to end a relationship, it's always one person. One person decides to end a relationship and break up a family. And they do that assuming that they will get the kids and get the child support money. And if you listen to that audio before the point of order was, it was describing that the Domestic Violence Coalition had a picture, and they actually sent a picture to the what you're looking at is a picture of me with some criminal defamation and a letter for me to describe that, how I got that at the governor's office. All those videos are on there. So I do support this bill as giving a reason to guide the amount of time that you have with someone, instead of just having a financial incentive to not work. As you heard the previous gentleman stated, he works full time, he makes money, and then the partner will choose not to work, so their income goes down, they get money, and that should be adjusted by the actual costs of time and money rearing. This bill doesn't solve everything, but it solves a lot. And so, and I'd also like to speak a little bit more about, as I brought up in a previous bill, 1955, the Uniform Support Act came out. We codified it in laws, RSA 546. I do recommend that we do put that, if you guys are going to talk about this more, put that on the financial guidelines worksheet, RSA 546A5. When determining the amount due for child support, the court shall consider all relevant factors, including standard of living and the situation of the parties, relative wealth and income of the parties, the ability of the obligor to earn, the ability of the obligee to earn, and the need of the obligee, the age of the parties, responsibility of the obligor for the support of others if they have other children. We've made these laws. If you read the laws, they go back in time, they make sense. Lots of people had to work on them, vote on them, and discuss them before they came out, all the way back to the inception of RSA 461, parental rights and responsibilities. There's a lot of contention. When you hear lawyers speak and testify, they make a lot of money. The more contention, the more money they make, and they use that. And you can see it in my case specific. I can show all those details, and I've brought them all to the people's attention.
You got 1 minute and 20 seconds to go.
Sounds good. So it's important. RSA 546, 55, Uniform Support Act. There are special circumstances where they can deviate from that. However, they're hidden, and they should be put on the form with the child guidelines worksheet. Also, RSA 458C, which is currently in law, requires that the person seeking child support shall file a child guidelines worksheet. They did not do that in my case, yet the judge ordered child support to generate arrearages. And, you know, the point is judges lie in New Hampshire, lawyers lie in New Hampshire, and nobody does anything about it. And if we are able to pass a bill, which I do support this bill, to remove the candy bowl from the person who is ending a relationship and breaking up a family, I think that is a good thing.
Thank you so much. On time, under budget, and with a smile. Thank you. Last card.
Any questions? No.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, well, I'm sorry.
Are there
No,
any
you're right.
questions? I
You're
know
right.
you guys are tired and such.
You're right.
I would be
and
too.
I was afraid it was going to be all about numbers and columns and things, but that was the last. Okay. Anybody? Nope.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, and the last card, I almost said Guy Lombardo. It is the end of the day. Greg Lombardo. Any relation? No, that's all right. Well, Emma Savini is not related to Chloe either. I just lied about it.
So, hello, my name is Greg Lombardo.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
in favor of this House Bill 1595. I have a similar scenario to the guy sitting to my left. I forget his name, unfortunately, but again, I'm a divorced father with 2 little kids, ages 4 and 6. I've had 50-50 equal shared parenting since the beginning of my divorce. Parenting plan established with the 223 equal shared parenting. However, I'm forced to pay full guideline child support. I have the exact same burden of child rearing as the mother does. She supplies nothing for the children when they were with me 50% of the time, all while she has 100% of the child rearing funds meant for both of us parents to have. We need some sort of system that provides and allows both parents to have equal or approximate equal parenting time to have proportional income to do so. Having the lower earning parent end up with 100% of the funds for child rearing does not make sense with the kids when the kids are provided for and taken care of equally or approximately equal by both parents. That's it. So
Good. Thank you so much. Any questions, anybody? Representative Long has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Lombardo. Could you give me a brief look at what your 50-50 parenting time is? Is it overnight 50-50? Is it actual time?
it's actual time 50-50. So it's called people call it as a 2-2-3. So it rotates every other week. So basically every 2 days we swap, and we have every other weekend we swap. So I have them the exact same time that the mother does.
Okay. And follow up if I may.
Yes.
The higher earner is.
I'm the higher earner.
You're the higher earner. Okay. Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you so much for your story, and sorry you're here after sundown. With this, don't leave anybody. We've got a few things. If that's testimony, that can go to certainly one copy for the clerk. And this ends the hearing on House Bill 1595. Don't go anywhere, anybody, please. We have a couple of things that we need to do very briefly. Representative Mary Jane Wallner, remember back 1 o'clock, had some papers she wanted to share with us. She made limited copies. There is a stack of 3 from her here. And if you're interested in those papers she referenced, you can come by and pick up what you want, representatives, while supplies last. I did promise that we would look to see whether we want to exec this bill or not. Do we want to do that, or do we want to ponder it and have some amendments? Thumbs up or down? We're not ready. I wasn't either, but I wanted to give you the chance. Now, I was also told that over the lunch hour, people said that they might want to look at Representative Bernardi's bill, House Bill 1425, about suspension of driver's licenses. And I didn't give us a chance to decide whether we want to move to exec it or not. If we don't do it today, it has to be noticed in the calendar in the future. I can't just roll it over. So do we want to go forward with execing Representative Bernardi's bill about prohibiting the suspension of driver's licenses in child support enforcement matters or not? Thumbs?
I think we've lost too many people, unfortunately.
We haven't lost, if everybody wants to, we're still good, but I just want to say, I don't think we're ready either, but I did want to give you that chance as promised. And the only other thing is I need a report from Representative Ball, and you can get it to me whenever you have a chance to. And thank you so much for your yeoman work today. With that, this committee meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.